Woo! We are live. Happy Monday, everybody. Oh my goodness. Let me turn this TV down here. Boom, 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 boom. You can join the battle to save lives. All right. It's Monday. It's 11 o'clock, a few minutes to lunch, and I got so much fucking work to do. But it's okay because we can now manage everything remotely. So I'll be on the road. Pretty sure I'm going to take my bubble with me. It's going to be a good day. Got lots to do. Business is a booming, but we got to get to booming if we want to keep it that way. Got a new client coming on board and a couple new clients. Really excited about this. All the years of work I've done under Icora as an IT provider, which has helped me get to a point to where now I get to scratch the IT provider part. I'm not doing the services anymore. Scratch that shit. I'm tired. Oh, here, let me show you something. You want to see something? I'll show you what I'm tired of. Down. Clean that camera. Whoo. Oh, yeah. Nice and crisp and clean. You got to make sure you clean that camera, everybody. Looking up, around. Oh. Hi. What? That's a phone. Well, the camera's not. I'm using you right now. Okay. So, the mic's in here, so you may not hear me, but let me show you. I'm going to show you what I'm doing and what I'm tired of doing. See this? You can hear me. Do you see this? Yeah. I'm tired of managing all this. All this. That's a decade worth of growth back there, my friends. Look at this. Look at this. It's a mess. It is a mess. I'll give it to them. It's a mess. And it's my mess. Great. Cool. I don't even know if any of this is coming through, but it is my mess. Let's go ahead and switch you on back here. Let's get back to the show. Crazy stuff. Well, I hope I'm not frozen. Yeah, whatever. So anyway. I think that's something. All right. So yeah, I'm done managing. I'm done managing all that shit. Do you hear me? I am done managing all that shit. Now, moving the data center out of the house is a fucking tough one. It's a big one. And we got to get ready to do it. So, we got that. But today I got to do billing. You see, I am being sued for damages because I blocked access to that data center from a business that owed over $40,000 to our partners, which wasn't my rub. That's between my partners and the clients. You know, they could have came to me well in advance. I'm kind of pissed that they didn't. My partner is already aware of that. They're hearing that. But the fact that they were that far behind on their billing, and that wasn't all for services. There was a lot of hardware. Like 15,000 of that was hardware, not outside of projects and services, monthly services. 4 months of services at $7,000 a month. That right there adds up quickly. Like it's a lot to manage, and to have all that as a small 4-piece band. Yeah. But guess what's happening? This whole fucking thing, this whole case that's happened in November is, mid-November. November 14th is the day that I think I blocked their access to our data center, which had their servers running in our data center, which hurt their business from operating. $3 million worth in one, like half of a day they were down. It was a court order and having, police showing up, which, sure, we'll fire them back up. And now we have thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars in attorney fees. We have, it's such a mess. And to protect myself and my family, I got to make some huge changes. And I think it should be illegal for this guy to do what he's done. And if I had the patience and funding, because the court case for this instance that happened in November of 2024 isn't getting a hearing until August of 26. These things take years, and that's no joke. And attorneys are $500 an hour. For a lawyer, $500 an hour. We were told that we put lives in danger because their fire suppression system relied on the servers in our environment. And first of all, fire suppression systems, if they are on VoIP platforms, get them off now because you're against regulations. And the tech plans and tech stacks that I manage, no. We're protecting ourselves by setting everything up right, but we can't help what other people say. This guy's saying that because we shut them off, that people could have died that day. And I'm sure this is lawyers mixing things up and making things however they got to make it, but that's some serious fucking accusations. So if I could fight this thing, because their phone systems are on POTS lines. No, I'm not talking that kind of pot. We're POTS lines. Plain old telephone service. POTS. POTS. It's a technical term. I didn't come up with it. I thought it was egregious when I heard it. Anyway, either a POTS line, dinosaur old analog phone lines. Remember, you picked up the phone, back in the day, you'd hit the print, it would like spin around like the little dial. And then you guys got the touch tone. Then we got little cell phones that flipped out with the QWERTY keyboard. Yeah, anyway. So you can have a plain old telephone service line that's allowed for your fire suppression system, or a cell phone signal. Cellular is allowed now. So you can have a cellular for backup, because the POTS line goes down to a fire or something. Cellular at least to be able to pick up and do the job. And another thing is if the guy, when I was talking to him, he was like, well, you can't hurt us. You can't touch our business. Like, no, sir, listen, seriously, I need you to get us access back into the servers, because that's what they did. They locked us out of the servers. And when they lock us out, they lock out our software. That means they had servers in our environment with no security monitoring on them. God knows what they're doing on there. And in our network, we sandbox everything very tightly, but technology is technology. People are finding ways to get around things. And we're not going to sit here and justify it. If we can't see these servers in our environment, we are going to suspend them from operating, meaning they just freeze. We basically freeze the damn thing up to where you can unfreeze it and it just keeps on going like it was. The clock will update and it'll update itself to now, but we can pause the machine from running, and block the network access to where it can't talk on the networks. That way those servers are now isolated and not able to do anything. And that's all I did was those two servers. And now those two servers did manage most of their tech plan, their tech stack. And it's up to them, like 7 days, for 7 straight days, urgent, need to address this. We need alignment now, or we must disconnect you. I even extended it twice. The first time I gave him 5 days, and I pushed it back a day and another day. But when I met the guy and he basically cussed me out and kicked him out of all, I listened to him bitch. Kevin Dickey sat there and bitched for 15 minutes. And this guy, this Kevin Dickey guy, my God, this guy is a joke. This guy, I go into his office and he's cool as a cucumber. We're sitting there in his little conference room. We're sitting there chatting. And Kevin, you know, I understand there's a lot going on between you and my business partners. Why don't you go ahead and lay out for me how you see things? That way I can get aligned with you and we can get this addressed. And he sat there and dogged on my business partner and their operation, and a lot of very good, valid points being made. Not exactly excited about my business partner right now and what he's done. But regardless, yeah, the guy goes on his rant, and I'm like, well, thank you for sharing that with me. And I do have a few questions for you. And the first one, I want to make sure I understand something. You're the one that's responsible here for the technology, and you're working with my partner, who is using, you know, the platform that I manage to provide you technology. And you do understand that. Yeah, I get that. I know that. Okay. And you do realize that we need a letter of authorization signed, and you have a guy that's been managing your tech stack for over 3 years now, and you don't have anything in writing with this person on how to manage your tech plan, your tech stack, and what's what. Like, there's nothing signed. Like, you don't have anything concrete with understanding of your tech plan and your tech stack and what part of it you own and what part of it is being provided to you. Like, you do not have anything in writing. Is that my understanding? I see what you're trying to do here. I'm like, listen, I just want to understand the situation. You're talking about how, Jay's, my business partner's doing X, Y, and Z. And I want to understand if it's just him or if there's issues both ways. And if you don't have anything in writing, that's concerning to me, because I'd want something in writing, especially if I was in your shoes. I would. And the whole reason why all this was is because in my emails up to that day, I've been telling them we just need a signed LOA, a letter of authorization. And that does not say that we own you. That doesn't say that your shit is ours. It's saying you are authorizing us, a provider, to manage your tech stack, and that we have the authorization to change things and manage things on your behalf. And if we don't have that, we're up in limbo, and that's not okay. That's one of the things that we say, hey, just like your servers not having access to them, we don't want to. It could be the most secure thing in the world and great, but no, if we can't see them, we can't access them, they need to be in another platform somewhere. We have to have access to these servers. Yeah, it's just such a fucking mess. The guy flips out on me. I see where this is going. You're trying to, I'm trying to show you that you're being an asshole in a very nonchalant way, trying to, and then that's when I was like, that might be something I can help you with, because he started getting pretty reactive. He was reacting pretty nasty. And with all my growth, learning that you don't react to things, you respond to them. It's a big lesson there, everybody. Listen up to that one. So I watched him reacting, just cussing me out in his office. And I say to him, like, whoa. That's what I'm talking about right there. We help people with reactivity. The way you're reacting right now, I want to help you with all this. And then he just kept, that's where he just flipped the fuck out. I'm not reactive. Get the fuck out of my office. Blah, 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 blah. And that was like after the second day, I've extended letting him on our servers with being non-compliant. So I got up out of my seat that day, got in my car, got my laptop out sitting in their parking lot, logged into the data center, and realized I couldn't do shit from there that I wanted to do because I wouldn't be able to have, like, you can't access, I can access everything remotely, but not everything's best being done remotely. I realized I needed to get home to finish it. So put my laptop back in my bag. And it was funny too, because what Molly, the person that's worked there forever, and I wonder what she thinks of Kevin. Yeah, it just got ugly. And then, so all this court stuff, them getting a TRO, a temporary restraining order, which you would think a restraining order says, hey, you guys can't see or be around each other, talk to each other. It's not like a domestic restraining order where, hey, we keep these people split. Restraining order saying, hey, we're restraining you to do these actions. Put their servers back on, give them access. When you got a detective and a court order and lawyers telling you have to do this, you do it. So I had to fire everything back up, which took me about 2 hours to fire everything down, but it takes longer to provision and fire things back up. So it took me about 6 hours to get everything back up. And they filed not even an hour after, maybe 2 hours after. I think it was like within 2 hours of them filing the TRO and getting a answer on it for me to fire everything back up. Within 2 hours, they filed a contempt order saying I didn't do it yet. I'm in the middle of doing it while they're filing contempt on me. And I had a great attorney from FBT, Nathan Truitt. Great guy, great young guy. He's definitely, I felt like he was a little overwhelmed when we went to court the first time, like seeing the way he kind of got, but everybody acts differently when I could tell the guy was passionate when he was trying to help me out. Like, yeah, so Nathan's a great guy. I back him up 100%. Want him to keep his cool and find ways to deliver things more impactful without being over exasperated while he's explaining it. Just to lay it out, Your Honor, this is egregious. Other than, Your Honor, this is like I want to coach him a little bit, but then who am I to step in and like, who the fuck do you think you are, Joe? You narcissistic piece of shit. Oh, fuck. But we won that shit. Yeah, fuck you. We had your shit. We did not neglect or like, anyway, just to fight that was about $20,000 right there. That little bit of instance, November 14th, the TRO, get them back on, and they were bad, get them back, like, boom, 20 grand. That's it. Just a decent car for, a kid or something like. And that's a few months, November 24 to August of 26, when the hearing is scheduled for. Imagine the fucking bill. Because if I fight this thing, guess what happens if I fight this? Okay, now we got a court date. We got to prepare our case. Let's go ahead and do a few of these interviews they do. What are those things called when they... Come on, chat, help me out here. What is it? What is it called when you got discovery to do? That's one portion of it. And you're going to bring people in for questioning, which are depositions. Discovery, tens of thousands of dollars right there. Because you got lawyers at $500, maybe even more than $500 an hour, especially if there's two of them working on it. $500 an hour to go over all the documents, to make sense of the documents. God, I wish I was a lawyer. Doctor or a lawyer. I think a lawyer would be more fun. I don't like guts and knowing about all the I like logical thinking, laws, logical reasoning, things of that nature. Anyway, I got on here not to share my story, but to get to work. I have to now get Novacor. Here I am calling it. People keep telling me it sounds like Novacor. I'm like, oh, I've heard that before. Navicor. And there's got to be a better name. This is Project Navicor. I don't know what we're going to call things yet because I can't mimic Icora. Icora is going dark. I have to dissolve my company. I can't fight this thing in court. Like, I'm not spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I know I'm not going to get all those attorney fees back. I might be able to win a case against him in civil court, but that's a whole other fucking situation. Life is a game. And when you play business and you try to play with the big wigs as a provider, you can get burned. And I did. I got burnt. And I fucking was flying way too close to the sun. And now it's time to readdress. Reassess and address these matters. Now, the matter with little Dicky and his, before this all happened, the client just bought another small business. And that small business, the man that started that, his grandson, part of the deal was my grandson gets to be your marketing person for the big company buying our little company, which our client was the big company. The kid ends up being the point of contact. So we're not working with Kevin Dickey. We're working with this Spencer guy. And Spencer, if you ever see or hear this, which I doubt that will ever happen, you got good character. And I appreciate you standing up to the man. I just wish you would have helped us out a little bit. But it's okay. I don't blame you. I mean, you were awesome. And the fact that I really hope you told Kevin Dickey to shove it up his ass. God, I wish I would know. That's one thing I want. I would love to, and maybe I will reach out to him once this is all over and Navicor is on its trajectory and things are good. I do plan on reaching out to you, Mr. Spencer, because I am curious what the fuck happened in that office. Because even the new IT provider, when we were on a call after all that happened, I had to help the fucking big client that's suing us and made me to where I have to dissolve my company. I had to help them move from our services to the other service because my partner was off getting married in Hawaii. Dick. But it's okay. I'm owed a trip to Hawaii. And if I can get my marriage on track by not being so, just a little update for everybody. I have some serious issues. I'm a lot to deal with. It's not easy. And right now my focus is on me. With all this going on, like just got full custody of Jonah. Olivia's case is, I don't even want to get into that. I mean, who tells their kid, we had multiple miscarriages. We were engaged. I got her a ring and her mom helped me get it. And I proposed to her. It was all sweet. And we were engaged, but I knew once we got our own place and I knew once Olivia was, I knew it wasn't going to work. It was bad. But we were together for damn near 2 years. And on the stand, Melissa tells everybody in court that we only knew each other for a few months, 3 months, I think she said. And that Olivia was an accident. There was no miscarriages. There was no, stopping drugs and going to the doctor and getting on prenatal vitamins and actually making attempts. Olivia was an accident. That's what my daughter has been raised to believe, that her dad tried to kill her and that her dad tried to kill her mom and that she was an accident. And my daughter won't even talk to me. She's 17, won't even talk to me. And when I did have when I did have visitation with her, when I was teaching her to ride a bike, when I was teaching her how to climb a bunk bed or go down a hill on a inner tube, how to just how to drive a car, teaching my daughter, I got the opportunity to be there in my daughter's life, and I have been fighting for her. And yeah, I probably should have dropped this case because it's pointless. The courts aren't going to do anything, but that's why I haven't fought. It's mainly for my daughter to see that at least her dad never gave up on her. That's why I'm still in court, even though my daughter won't talk to me. And she's probably told the judge how horrible I am and all this stuff, because that's the narrative that she's heard since she was a baby. And despite all that, when I was teaching my daughter to drive, and I got this on video, and I let anybody watch this, my daughter and I have good chemistry. We have good rapport. We have a good father-daughter bond. Now, is it surface level? It goes beyond surface level. It's very staggering. It's not very deep. And I would really love to have a good relationship with my daughter, but there's something prohibiting that from happening. And it's called parental alienation. So anyway, dealing with getting my son full time, dealing with that case right now. I've been dealing with that for fucking 17 years. The business having to dissolve, telling my clients this and being transparent about it, and having to keep, like, at some point I wonder if I was 20 and had all this on me, I would buckle in an instance. But because of all the growth and because I see hope and truth that I feel like is healthy and secure, that's what I'm fighting towards. That's what I'm trying to do. So right now, I guess I wanted to get on here and vent. I needed a vent. But I also like doing this. I like talking. I want to help people. I'm helping a lot of people right now. And maybe if somebody would find themselves in situations similar that I've been through, the fact that I was able to lose 90 pounds, the fact that I have, been through, there's so much shit life throws at people. And I feel like I'm taking on a blunt end of so many things. And I am dealing with them. My God, abandonment issues. Yeah, of course, I'm fucked. I have issues. Coming clean with all that. Putting myself out there. Doing this right here, I feel makes me much stronger. So I'm going to keep doing it. And putting myself out here. All my friends, everybody I've ever encountered with, like, I want to be authentic. I want to be me. I love music. It's not a good one to enjoy, but I do enjoy substances. I enjoy altering states, and I do not do illegal drugs. I don't even think I could take acid anymore, but I loved it when I did it. And yeah, I am who I am. I've experienced a lot on this planet. I feel like I'm a very compassionate and ethical person. I tried my best to be. I filed bankruptcy. I finally get my fucking credit to a decent point. And now I got to file personal bankruptcy. But that's what happens when you can't fight a big company, because you're just a small entity. We're not doing it this way next time. No. Navicore is solid. Once I get the okay to fire it up. So I got to get to work here. All right. End of rant. Now we're going to go into those long drawn out where I just sit here and look stupid staring at a screen, or you guys just listen to me breathing while I play on my phone. Like, I hate those types of videos, but that's what we got here. One of these days I'm going to take these videos, throw them into like some application that will chop it all up and give me little shorts here and there and start promoting myself. But right now I'm just getting a few years worth of all this shit. And AI is going to be a big part of helping me get all this stuff and bring it together. And I'm glad I started. I wish I would have started much sooner than this. Let's put it that way. I want to edit videos. I want to have B-roll. I want to actually take the time instead of just streaming live like this. How awesome would it be if I could just record the video, throw it into, Premiere or whatever program to edit it in, and upload some videos and start some marketing and have a website for people to fill out a form to schedule an hour to get coaching with the creative technologist. All of this is happening. Joseph, get your ass to work and quit playing on the computer. Quit talking to a camera where nobody's listening. Get to work. All right. Fucking awesome person, you. I gotta start talking to myself more positive. I keep calling myself, like, I've been reflecting on how I've been acting with the wife when she, like, we're separated right now. And my God, do I turn into a big fucking cringe-worthy bitch. Don't talk to yourself so negatively, Jonah. Ooh. Yeah, Bubba. As long as it's not raining.
This phone number only accepts text messages.
Hello, you've reached 513-703-2179. Please leave a message.
schemes allegedly totaling more than $14 billion.
These enforcement actions tax both luxury vehicles and properties, giving money to American taxpayers into our government healthcare programs. As part of this takedown, we've identified independents operating from Russia, Eastern Europe, Pakistan, and other foreign countries. These individuals have infiltrated our healthcare system to steal American taxpayer dollars. As just one example, it is linked to a scheme involving a sophisticated operation run from Russia and Eastern Europe that strategically bought dozens of medical supply companies in the United States and submitted more than $10 billion in fraudulent healthcare claims to Medicare.
The DOJ says 96 of the people charged were licensed medical professionals.
Coming up, a new satellite which is ongoing work for the nuclear site in Iran that the United Nations nuclear watchdog now says Iran could start enriching uranium once again.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone.
It's just so easy to bring your favorite clothes. You just download the app, choose a photo, pick a frame. After a few days, it's at your doorstep, ready to make. It's so easy. It's perfect. It's our 6th anniversary first day at the beach. If you photo you want frames, you gotta check out Keepsake app. It's actually really fun. It's weird when it's always kept you out of the picture. But Sky Risen feels sentimentally for 4 weeks. Many people were remission in 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years.
Use allergic, serious allergic reactions, and crystal tensions or different and reoccur. Before treatment can shift for infections and TB, telepathic flu oxygens vaccines, liver problems, leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for cause.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Sky Risen.
Yo. Sure. What? Sure.
So, my friend has an Android. His name is Atlas, okay? And me, Bryce, and Lily want to FaceTime each other all. But they do it on Snapchat, and I really, if we could do that, we could FaceTime each other all at the same time.
On Snapchat?
Yeah.
That's not FaceTime, that's Snapchat.
Sorry. We could call each other on Snapchat.
But you can't on FaceTime.
No, because he has an Android. And I have an iPad, so...
Oh. Well, you guys could do Google Meetup or something.
No, because they...
You're not getting Snapchat, so stop it.
After my fall, when I was recovering, my doctor recommended
But then he turned the little buttons in the car went boom. We like the cars that go boom. We and but
So this is terzepatide.
in here like that. No, you can't come in here like that, okay?
On July 20th, 2024, a Flagler County Deputy Sheriff in Palm Coast, Florida, responded to a call from a female contract cleaner. She told the officer that a creepy older neighbor had barged into the vacation home she was cleaning and made inappropriate requests. By the time the officer arrived and gathered evidence, the man had already left.
Yeah.
Can you give a description on him?
He was at least 70, 80. He had I don't know. He was an older guy for sure. He had a long flannel on. He had a hat on. Lighter eyes. He definitely had an accent. I don't know from where, but some type of accent.
What is it?
He's got like a little bit of an accent. Like he's not from here.
Probably New Jersey. New Jersey.
Well, I don't really know, but he definitely
Just a cool thing. When I got here, he was coming down the road this way with his window down. It kind of looked like, what the hell's going on? Before, after.
We weren't here during
I wasn't here.
I just recall that this was like 15, 20 minutes ago now. I'm not sure. I honestly feel like he lives alone. I think that he does from what I've seen, but I could be wrong.
The officers had one side of the story, but they needed the old man's version to complete the investigation. When they knocked on his door, the elderly man had a very different story to share.
So who would win in a fight, terzepatide or semaglutide? So who would win in a fight, terzepatide? So who would win in a fight, terzepatide or semaglutide? It's terzepatide. This one will help you lose 26% of your body weight. This one sits around 15%. This mimics your GLP-1 and GIP. This is only a GLP-1. This has 2 hormones. This is 1. Less side effects, a little bit more iffy. So if you're looking to get access to terzepatide, you need to click below, take the quiz. You can get qualified and approved within 3 minutes and get the best access from the #1 provider online. So who would win in a fight?
So this is complete the investigation. When they knocked on his door, the elderly man had a very different story to share.
How you doing, sir? Deputy Fowler, Flagler County Sheriff's.
I gotta quit watching videos to get to work.
What happened earlier? Next door. Nothing. Nothing at all? No. Okay. What's all fit? You're sick? What's wrong with you? Yeah, what? A car accident? Is anybody else home? Is anybody else home? Yeah, not the street. Just you? My wife is from the street.
The 77-year-old man admitted entering the house because the door was open and claimed he just asked the woman to come clean his home, very different from what he told police earlier. According to the victim, the man first asked for a kiss. When she refused, he offered her $50 to help satisfy his needs. With conflicting accounts, officers reviewed footage from the home's doorbell camera. From that point, it became hard to tell what exactly he was doing in her car or what occurred inside the house. All the officers could confirm was the aftermath.
Terzepatide is insane.
in here like that. No, you can't come in here like that, okay?
go. Gotta go back next door, right? Have a good day, okay?
Since the video showed him entering the house without permission, the officer arrested him for burglary. He was charged with burglary and solicitation and taken to the Sheriff Perry Hall Inmate Detention Facility, where he was held on a $5,000 bond.
Instant 60% discount. That's just $29.99 for the best night's sleep ever. Plus, it comes with a 90-day
This is why
Get off those damn apps, Joseph. Fucking, you're gonna turn into a doom scroller if you don't stop.
For your small business, no detail is too small. We know this because we're the Hartford, the experience ensuring millions of small businesses.
Having insurance is not something. It's like getting Batman. You need that. Stop. Just any insurance with your state law.
However you look, first you connect to compare car rental services and print you exactly what you're looking for.
Can't go. Discover new Douglas liquid gel. Reactivate your natural gut.
Brand new images, and today just went to see it and show work taking place at an Explodo nuclear site. That's one of the sites the U.S. scrapped its so-called bunker buster bombs 29 days ago. Iran's ambassador to the allegations, saying in a new interview that his country rejects the plans to abandon its uranium enrichment program.
The enrichment is all right. I remember what we were trying to implement this way. And things that enrichment will not never stop.
The head of the UN's nuclear watchdog agency is also saying he expects Iran could resume enriching uranium, quote, within months. Joining us now, Jamie Rubin, a
Yeah.
The X-Files. He was Chief International Actor Cristiano Ronaldo. Jamie, thanks so much for joining us. Based on everything we've seen, based on everything you're hearing, you know, how long do you think that potentially could be before Iran begins enriching uranium again?
Well, first of all, it's not likely. That's the problem. It's only really with inspectors on the ground, diplomatic regime, that can actually answer that question. But I think we're talking about months, not years, for the potential for enrichment of uranium. Look, we've been talking about the Iranian nuclear program for more than 25 years, as you know, back when we were out in the Pentagon and the State Department, the White House, and the Clinton administration. Is the most confidence we have to nuclear weapon comes when we have a diplomatic solution with inspectors on the ground. Military success is simply necessary, maybe in certain cases, but it's not sufficient. We have to combine force with diplomacy. Unfortunately, the Israeli government and our government right now has not shown great skill in the diplomatic success. They have shown enormous skill, particularly the Israelis and the United States in this most recent raid. And the military skill is just not good enough if we want to be confident that Iran is not going to move to a nuclear weapon.
Jamie, as you know, I think the U.S. nuclear watchdog said there needs to be clarification on how much enriched uranium is left after the U.S. spends. What do you think it will take to convince the Iranians to let international inspectors back into those nuclear sites?
That's a very good question, and that's going to be the hardest thing is to get these negotiations going again. There's two problems. One is Iran is claiming that the negotiations were used as a mask for military surprise, and there's some truth to that. Clearly, the Israelis, the United States, US, the Israelis took advantage of the fact that there would be negotiations, and the Iranians were perhaps their goal. And then the military strikes began. And President Trump said he was going to consider this every 2 weeks, and then within 24 hours, the raids began. So the Iranians will use that confidence that a future discussion with either the IAEA or some intermediaries like the Europeans who are expected to get involved are not going to be again used as a mask for military operations. That's why it doesn't make sense for Israel or frankly the United States to keep threatening to use force whenever they want to. If Iran feels like it's facing the use of military power on any given day or any given week, it's going to be less likely to engage in the diplomacy that we need. Everybody wants to start the nuclear program. The United States, President Biden did, President Clinton did back then, and President Trump wants to, American people want to. But in order to really have confidence, you have to get a diplomatic arrangement. You have to get the IAEA inspectors to begin returning to these sites. I suspect what's going to happen is there are going to be a number of weeks and months in which there's uncertainty when a lot of these sites are going to be unblocked and equipment's going to be removed, and there are going to be months before we actually have a good account of where everything that we knew where it was before the military strikes. That's the hard part. Inspections need to have a baseline, and you need to monitor to make sure that that baseline is expanded. And those things require careful inspection and hard work with the IAEA inspectors. Until they get back in there, we're really not going to know the reality.
Right now, as you know, the U.S. doesn't have direct diplomatic relations with Iran. What are the chances of any kind of diplomatic breakthrough following these attacks on both the U.S. and Israel?
I do think we're the Iranians seem to me gone out of their way to avoid escalatory responses to military attacks. Their response to the United States attack was rather minimal. They clearly want to get back to diplomacy, but they need to do it in their own time frame, in their own time scale, and with their own dignity. I mean, look, Iran is our adversary. It's the adversary of Israel, but it's also the adversary of the United States. They chant death to America. But even with an adversary, you have to have a diplomatic engagement. We did it with the Soviet Union. We had arms control agreements when they were our adversary. And to do that, you need to have a dignified diplomatic approach. I suspect that we're going to get take advantage of European diplomats like the British foreign minister. We had a good discussion with President Trump before returning to Europe and talking to the Iranians. We're going to need somebody like that from the French government to play a role in convincing the Iranians to come back to the table and convincing the United States and Israel to not threaten every day the use of military power. Because when we do that, we make the chance of diplomacy beginning far less likely.
And very quickly, what are the chances of the U.S. potentially resuming diplomatic relations with Iran?
Well, this is a very important question. President Trump has this unusual policy where he sort of enjoys engaging with our adversaries. He did it with the North Korean leader. He's clearly enjoying his back and forth with the Syrian leader, the so-called Syrian leader Khamenei in Iran. Whether that turns into what we would normally call diplomatic relations, I think not, because this country is still our adversary. They still fund groups that are terrorist organizations like Hezbollah and Hamas, and I don't think we should mix arms control negotiations and confuse people by thinking that that's going to lead to peace and harmony between us. Iran and the United States are not going to have a good relationship until that regime really changes. But that doesn't mean we can't have diplomatic discussions that lead to a proper arms control agreement. That should be our goal, not mixing those to China or some brand like Iran. That was the mistake the Obama administration made by presenting its agreement as part of a grand opening of relations, which is not something that is justified by Iran's current behavior.
Jamie Wood, thanks very much for your expertise.
And we're calling breaking news. Kidnappers were shot and killed Sunday while responding to a fire in Idaho. Same Mark from the local joins us. Here's some information about the shooter, right?
That's exactly right, Cam. We know that the shooter has been identified as 20-year-old Wes Willie. That's according to a law enforcement source who spoke to us. His name is Mike Morales. Now, we all have information beyond his age and his name. We don't know exactly what his motivations were. That is still under investigation. But investigators say that he started the fire intentionally and lured firefighters in and began shooting at them. He was blended into the mountains. Very chaotic, and for about 90 minutes, in a shootout with Foley, according to investigators, eventually a cell phone signal hinged to his body next to a weapon. They don't know at this point who is or how he died. That's the great information. And thank you so much.
And to our viewers, thanks very much for joining us. This is Bridget Realski. Associate Blitzer. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Anti-politics with Jason Hunt is next right after this.
Penetrating deep through the skin to the joint, reducing intense pain caused by inflammation so you can
Looking for inflation. New Country Gears is a one-stable supplement. Proven to help your eyes to restore from their own tears.
Men tell us when they use Just for Men to eliminate gray. Then there's the alchemy. First you need and that's why more men choose Just for Men.
Someone's changing. The net outside couch adapts to all. Gathering around for campaign for entertainment events and tomorrow. A new look in time. Because outside adapts to life.
Power E-Trade to work with trading makes trading easier. With its customizable options chain, easy-to-use tools, and paper trading to help sharpen your skills, you can stay on top of the market from wherever you are. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools make complex trading less complicated. Custom scans help you find new trading opportunities, while the earnings tool helps you plan your trades and stay on top of the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
Make the most of your summer. The Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. It's now time to buy. So visit local Kia stores. Fill out these stickers to take advantage of the great deals. All of our vehicles are backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. And right now, we're offering our city to offer 61,500 retail bonus cash and specially taxed 2025 for agent special vehicles.
Things the hard way, like moving your finances from the spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
What the Giant League is here. Don't miss savings on Cruise Street. Acre League. Get it all night, every night. Save 20% on most small bets plus free burger you have. Check out Sleepover Store or sleepover.com today.
We asked how many knows about new hands-free cozy fit schedule sleepings. Notice up introducing new hands-free cozy fit schedule sleepings. Two comfortable sleepers you just step into and no building down or touching.
Is coming. We've got to keep the family. And these cowboys, new business. First,
Yes, skincare routine.
We send senators home from Houston to Washington to protest. So how to get in charge? What are they doing about it? Keeping 16 million people on health care, taking food from 18 million kids, and driving costs through the roof for 80 million families. Don't get the super rich and $250,000 tax cut. Well, your costs go up. They pay less and you pay more. That's the good bear tax cut. Younger senators. Continues to grow. TNT Sports at Stream Vision. Closed captioning brought to you by WrestleWorld.com. If you are in the World Cup music video, listen to the free broadcast at WrestleWorld. Call now and we'll come through anything to
Today on Inside Politics, Democrats were gearing up for a Sunday opening night. The state rail has the president's massive agenda bill with endless amendments. However, Russian legislation self-imposed July 4th deadline. Senator Tom Smith says he won't seek re-election just hours after getting berated by the president for saying he won't vote for President Trump's bill. It's all setting up a nail-biter for the race in a crucial swing state. And Verdict Watch, Sean Diddy Combs' fate officially in the hands of 12 New Yorkers. CNN is inside and outside the courthouse to bring you all the breaking details of this sex trafficking trial. At this moment, Internet Watch, let's go behind the headlines. Inside Politics. All right, we're looking at live pictures of the Senate floor where lawmakers are rolling into hour 4 with a and of course, there is no shortage of drama. This is the part where senators can offer up as many amendments as they want to. President Trump's mega bill, forcing the chamber to pass countless votes. Potentially, when we see them stay up all night.
One-time passcode. Please press 1 to hear the passcode. Your one-time passcode is 109599. This code will
Can I go potty? Can I go potty?
Thank you very much for that. As you know, I see you.
extends the 2017 tax cuts it had for work requirements for Medicaid and food stamps. It has provisions around taxes on tips and overtime. It also phases out green energy tax credits. There's more money for security, and it lists investing. And what in here is causing the most overproductive right now.
I think some of the Medicaid issue, administration cuts in Medicaid are the toughest issue that Food has to navigate, in part because what his members are asking him to do are diametrically opposed. If you ask the conservatives, they want to really strip down how much states are getting from the federal government when it comes to that Medicaid expansion population under the Affordable Care Act. If you talk to more moderate Republicans, like Senator Lisa Murkowski, Senator Susan Collins, they're concerned that these cuts have already gone too far, and that there was an effort to try to include in this bill a provision that really had given the state of Alaska a little more benefit on their Medicaid program. That was stripped out by the Senate parliamentarian, the official rule keeper, to ensure that this bill complies with budget rules. But that just shows you the lengths they were going to try to win over some of those products like Murkowski.
Let's take a look at what some of these Republicans, Facebook Murkowski, here are earlier Republicans, including Josh Hawley, a very conservative senator from Missouri, talking about the issues that they have with the election scale. So, evaluating, I think, Glenn Johnson and expressing frustrations for different reasons than Hawley and Susan Collins there, right? It reflects perhaps the promises that happened with that to the House of Representatives. Party, you know, you can't do this kind of big stuff.
I believe this concern was raised actually frequently over the course of the last few months. It's what the president is concerned. We share these concerns with some of the more moderate senators as well. And it's also aligned with what the promise in the campaign track last year federal programs. Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. I think the bigger reason why especially that they always come back is the alternative to voting yes is catastrophic. If you vote no, if this goes down, what happens to the 2017 here? The Senate cannot meet by a functioning majority of Congress. If that is the eventual outcome here, then if you could give your resources in mind, we'll put in the major on a regular basis. Okay. As is always the case from these moments, the exception of Obamacare in 2017 failed. They end up winning because the alternative is unlimited. I think the question now becomes how do you throw that year and knowing this alternative in the House going to get at some point? That's what John Davis right now.
Okay, so let's watch what Senator Lisa Murkowski, you mentioned, some had to say about this. This was a couple of weeks ago, a conversation that she had with you about what the constituents are.
I've been hearing from constituents about a lot of concern on the Medicaid side. A lot of concern on the Medicaid side. The clean energy tax credits.
So, Senator, definitely a higher possibility she actually votes no, as Mr. Hawley has pointed out there. And as Lauren said, really try to go their way to get Murkowski happen. Do you think they're going to be able to vote?
I think it's really interesting to watch because I don't know other senators or very few other senators who play
Hello, you've reached the voicemail.
She knows what the state wants. She's able to go to one side of the aisle because then she's on over the AIDS.
Yeah, it's a great question. She had a conversation, respectful conversation with Donald Trump, and then the result of that was all the things that are all that stuff. Like you said, they're not stripped out. There was also an opinion piece in the New York Times last week, right? Independent, in the state legislature saying that this bill would be affordable for Alaska. So Lisa Murkowski is one, as you say, Casey, to speak, to do what is best for her constituents. That's why she voted to uphold the Affordable Care Act. The Republicans did in 2010, tried to take it in 2010. She has repeatedly broken up her party because she knows that her party does not understand Alaska. She's a brand there. She's making dollars to her constituents. I think if she's going to take the bill, if she's going to be that vote that takes the bill, she will not do that. She will vote against it, but she has the room to vote against it.
Then you say, and room is other people also voting.
Right, correct.
So let's put up the big picture here about this is part of why I was really to worry about this, right? According to the Congressional Budget Office, 11.8 million people stand to lose their health insurance by 2034. That is more than the 10.9 million that were projected to left uninsured by the House passed version of this bill. And then, Lauren, let's take a look at the favorability of this bill, right? And we stacked up both Washington's Pew, Fox, PX, the Family Foundation. This bill is in the red, right? And when we look at presidential elections, I don't know, split country, they're 1 to 5, those numbers. We're looking at anywhere from 20 to 30% deficit in popularity of this bill. Actually, it's pretty great. It's do or not bill. A lot of people will look at this, a lot of these members are going to look at this, and the White House is going to say, you're going to raise that, you're going to do anything. It's a big risk.
Yeah, and they don't know why this bill is not working well. And I think there are two issues that are sometimes. One is that Republicans are still fighting about the provisions. It's really hard to message as a unified party if you don't agree on the bill being the final product in this moment, right? The other issue is that Americans don't necessarily remember what their tax bill was before 2017, and I think that that is a critical, potentially potential oversight from the Trump administration, which is that these haven't gone away. And yes, people are just permitted they did go away and should be impact. But I think that that's the other issue here is you're giving people something they already have. And I think that that makes a real difference as well.
All right, coming up here on Inside Politics, who's going to run to replace Senator Thomas Willis? There's your names floating around. We'll take it next.
I'm very pleased to announce the live aid soon That's still is my very good luck goals and on the world. Migrants and months, yeah.
For gentle, dependable conservation living, it looks like its name represents a natural special life Mediterranean. Gentle, dependable, aesthetic. Also available, great tasting gummies and soft chews.
Known for pursuing your passions. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 18 types of cancer, including certain early stage and advanced cancers. One of those cancers is early stage non-small cell lung cancer. Keytruda may be used with certain chemotherapies before surgery. You have early stage lung cancer, which can be removed by surgery, and then continue along after surgery to help prevent the lung cancer from coming back.
Keytruda protects your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This can be severe and to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, depression, headache, nonsense excitement, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, sheer tiredness, constipation, dizziness, chills and breath attack, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, persistent or severe muscle pain or weakness, muscle cramps, fever, rash, itching or flushing. Many other side effects. Tell your doctor about automatic conditions for the immune system problems, such as Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, lupus, and minor custody of Alice with low body syndrome, an organ and tissue response to transplant, only chest herniation. Keytruda could really remove.
Keytruda is an immunotherapy and has also been studied in hundreds of clinical trials exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda can be right for you. Eczema isn't always red.
But now, eczema isn't always going to stop.
With Atlas. Atlas is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema suffer eventually and real results. Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Atlas. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Atlas. Before starting Atlas, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still unclear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Atlas.
Talk to your doctor about Atlas for eczema. You love our legendary subs, so you'll love our legendary new Doritos football nachos. Doritos and soda, two legends come together to legends.
Baby legends. Am I right?
Yes, thank you, Doritos football nachos. Just $5 only at Subway.
With GoodRx, my family saves hundreds of dollars each month.
Sure, but still use GoodRx because it's still cheaper than insurance. That's why just check GoodRx. What you want to do is see how much money eventually customizes your home insurance. That's great, but can you ask your friends about taking into the green? Yes. There's knowledge. Only pay for Jimmy every day.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. We improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware written downloads. Get the deal now.
If you're secure, you can take advantage of everything AARP has to offer right now. Join AARP for $15 for 1 year without a renewal. Your second membership is free and instant access to discounts on everyday purchases, must-have subscriptions, and programs through the That's why AARP. Protection, security, and more. Join the instant trust organizer. AARP.
Shipping for ships is downplaying the debt impact from the very beginning, but many in the Republican comments it will impact the debt. And sympathetically moving back to the law, to allow for just how much this bill could add to the debt. No.
Particularly for those fiscal hikes. So if you recognize obviously but what they show underscores the concerns that exist. What we start with is the charging bill, the impact on the budget. This is spending over the course of that 2-year period. What you see right from is the spike right up before that. Over the 2-year period, that actually starts to run away. Because some of the issues are significantly over the course of 10 years. Now, the actual
Son, what are you doing right now?
Oh, I'm just playing Fortnite with my friends.
Yeah. Come here. So I need you to get in the shower.
Dad,
Did you put all your clothes away yet?
my clothes away.
Never sit on your chair before you even
I
left?
will.
I told you to put them away before you even went to your mom's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And a week before that even. Anyway, I need you to take a shower, get dressed, because you're going with me when I go run all over the goddamn city.
Oh, okay.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
trajectory, still shoot it up. And still,
So, for people who feel like this is kind of abstract thing, how is adding to the debt accident impact people who get hackers?
it was similarly what all of us are pretty concerned about. And of course, of the last decade, Washington used by and it's difficult to understand sometimes because of the financial system. Obviously, very difficult. Important and largest economy in the world, that gives it a lot more space to grasp others. If we do that, if in the case of the skyrocket and had to be forced in the last decade or so, that's something that private investment starts to slow down. That will have accountability, we have jobs, and employment, but also big problems like an interest rate. Now, how does that matter to you? How does interest rate gets more? So secure, Medicare, highly trusted. People is not fiscal space without the deal with those who consider what's long as it's not very, very good. So across the board, significant cuts, money to play for all Christians, everybody, even us. And now the political report was moved to North Carolina there, of course, are hurricanes out there. One of them is another one is Robinson, who, of course, ran for governor in 2024. He was up on X on Saturday after President Trump called Texas primary. It was three flush-faced debates, apparently. And it was one thing, he ran in this very competitive state in 2024 for governor, and he lost massively to Josh Stein, who's the kind of 54% to 40%. Well, I think in Europe, he has to compete on further companies like this. Company is important to probably frustrate the fact that the administration typically will not go stage when someone is actually out of state, where they may have to take a vote that may go up against what the president wants. They calculate for that, there's room for that. Leadership will often say, let it go. Obviously, not some requires absolute loyalty at all times, and so that is the case with our bills. But it could be in a situation where all of a sudden the raising yourself very good about your is extremely nicely for long and I think Robinson is an example. And that you really didn't have the support instead of leadership and helping him craft legislation to help him in his re-election, especially if he was looking for the general election
necessarily seen away with some preferences. It's sort of pushed us out.
Certainly not this one. But we have a lot of product where it's kind of mature. I'm serious. So the number of these questions, this is a great one. So
Well, and second, there was the part where I saw his mom shaking his hands today outside the chamber. I mean, their source is relatively, new and this is not going to be around as long as those others. What he has done in many ways is, to Phil's point, it will mold people.
Right. And Philip, the huge, I think he's the daughter named Mitch. Like, I'm sure the former majority leader. I mean, first of all, we all talk about for example, Hornet in Texas, and also he was giving himself a position to the general election. Taking out his position as a service law in North Carolina, but that was done by choosing to retire and choosing to for the last 18 months is really been speech about
in the Sean Cooney Holmes sex trafficking trial. Take a look. Monumental task facing those troubled New Yorkers.
some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using quick and all your financial info in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Hi, Grandma. I play baseball today. It's great.
What position did you play?
First base. I'm down with your grandpa. We are hearing you will always use a regular clear caption is an easy solution for us.
Your caption provides captioning on your TV so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say.
Making it easy to understand and respond to video.
There's no insurance or Medicare required. Your caption services provide no cost to you to a veteran program. We will install and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give you a lot more independence and connection makes your
To see if you qualify, their captions phone at no cost to you. That's right, just like 921. We're moving to when the power goes out. Our outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient. But with a Generac standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted. Because when your generator detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security
There's so many incredible styles to choose from at Custom Built On. The Custom Built price. And LED lighting for evening enjoyment.
Spring fashion tour. Sometimes it takes a different approach to see possibilities on the judgment. At Pella University, you can earn a degree in time. Netflix app on your roadmap.
Great news, Spectrum Internet customers. Now you can try Spectrum Mobile risk-free for a full year at no cost to you. Bring your own device and we'll pay off your phone balance up to $500 per line. Plus, upgrade your phone anytime, as many times as you want, and you get unlimited plus. Choose up with the app and your plus is free. I'm back.
Right now, jury deliberation is underway. While Health Secretary of State and the hearing trial, Rashawn 12 workers, 8 women, 4 men, are culpable charges for the counts of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking, and 2 counts of transportation engaged in prostitution. CNN chief legal counsel Will Schultz has confirmed every element of this 7-week trial, and we're obviously witnesses for this trial. Now, here, the judge has the jury instructions that this deliberation will take. Well, the jury later shows that the total almost honest. This is all real that 4th of July. At the time that was said, the idea was months away.
Hello.
Hey, kiddo. How's your day going?
Not bad. What about yours?
Oh, peachy. Just trying to get everything done before the end of the month.
Trying to do what? I'm sorry.
Try and get everything done before the end of the month. Tomorrow's the 1st.
Right.
Got big plans for July 4th?
I work. Ethan works. The more people we know.
Well,
We're taking best out. Rory sleeps through fireworks like Kyler does, so it's always that.
don't be blowing any fingers off now.
No, I'm working in prospecting one of the trailers. Dad's gonna be in the other one, and then when Ethan gets off of work, he's gonna be bringing the kids to prospect. But I'm gonna shut my trailer down just slightly early, so that way I can go watch fireworks with the kids.
So if you were to if you were to have that truck stay open, if you had somebody helping you, they could sit there and make money while you're watching fireworks, right?
I'm only shutting it down 15 minutes early, so.
But my question is there's ways to make money. What I'm getting at here is would there be an opportunity for your mom to work with you and make money?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Because in my dad's words, you ready for this one? This is good. I don't want my ex-wife anywhere near me or anywhere near my business.
That's fair. It's sad.
It is, but I understand.
I do too. I get it because of the person. And your grandpa, I love the man to death. Like, poor guy. Poor little Marty.
Did you talk to him?
I did. He answered my call. He must not have my number saved because he didn't know who I was at first. And when I told him, he was like, oh. And then I asked him if he got to see Joan over the last couple of weeks, and he was telling me about all the things they do. I'm like, that's awesome. Thank you for spending time with him and doing things with him. I'm trying to get him up there as much as possible since I got custody. Well, no, I just I'm frustrated with her right now because of this whole trip thing and the payments. And I shouldn't have pulled.
There's literally no reason that she's not even trying to get a job when she literally stays at home and could literally find a work from home job.
Well, I also just got this.
There's still work from home jobs, even though COVID's not so much of a big thing anymore, you know?
Well, the reason why I wanted to call you is because I got something in the mail that is concerning to me, and I don't know if you know anything about EBT cards.
A little bit, not a lot.
Well, well, I don't know if you know this or not, but when we were living in that apartment in Kenton, I had a detective show up one day, like a legitimate detective show up. And they were like, are you Joseph Sunderman? I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh, and you live here with your girlfriend and your 3 kids? I'm like, well, no, I live here with my girlfriend and my son, but this is during a time where we were kind of like broken up. I was like, but she's not staying here right now, and I haven't seen my son. And she's saying, oh, well, are you working? And I'm like, well, I do. I have a job with Bridgestone, a contractor job. And they're like, oh, well, we have you listed here as 3 kids and 2 adults in a household needing assistance and have all these benefits. Did you know you have all these benefits? I was like, I know that Elizabeth was taking care of groceries when she was here, but I was like, but I work and I give her money for groceries. She's like, yeah, we have a big problem here. This looks like fraud to me. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, because Elizabeth has signed up for you and saying that you don't have a job and that you guys need assistance, and she's getting the X amount of money every month, the EBT card and all this shit. Did you know any of that happened before?
No, I did not know that she was using an EBT card when we lived there, because I remember we would go to Kroger specifically because Kroger has like their WIC stuff clearly marked. So she would want to go to Kroger for WIC stuff, but I didn't know that she was using food stamps. I don't ever remember seeing her. I remember her using WIC, and I remember her using a card, but I don't remember. I didn't remember the card.
Well, you're a kid. You shouldn't even you're supposed to be a kid, not dealing with that shit anyway. But anyway, bottom line is I don't know what all she did, but she had me being looked at for fraud, and I told them, I was like, I had nothing to do with this, and I was cleared from it, and they didn't press charges on her, but they did give her a strict warning. Well, I received an EBT card for Jonah in the mail this week.
Oh, like a PEBT card?
SEBT, summer EBT card.
Yeah.
Does everybody get one of these or something?
Most people for school-aged kids do, yeah.
So it's not something she would have done.
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, good. You know, there's benefits on this card, and I'm thinking, like if she did do something like trying to fraudulently set up an account in his name, like that would be a problem, and that would be a big problem. But you know, if it is something through the school, because we make plenty of money and we don't need this assistance. But if it would help Jonah when he's up there with his mom and it's a legitimate thing, I don't know. I feel torn.
I would not, personally, what I would do
Cut it up.
is don't let her know that you have it and have Jonah, take Jonah to the store before you come up with it and have him get whatever it is that he wants to have while he's up here. Because if she knows about it, she's going to use it to her advantage and get whatever she wants with it and not even consider Jonah's feelings on it. And I don't think that would be a very wise choice to let her know about it.
That's smart. That's smart.
Just because like I know how she is, you know.
Well, I sent him up with his. He's got a green light card. He's had it for years, and it's like his own credit card, and he has money on it. So he always has money when he's with them up there, and I can watch whatever they spend money on. So like they haven't used it or abused it or anything. So I don't know, but yeah, it just sucks because we don't need the benefits.
Right. She can be done, but so smart. And when it comes down to the green light card, she knows he can see what he's spending his money on. So she won't take advantage of that. It's a food stamp thing where you can't see.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to find ways. I've already went ahead and paid Jonah's trip and just got it done. Like, but it's going to hurt me.
You want juice box? Lunchable. Okay. Yeah, I know what I mean.
Well, it's all. I already taken care of it. Your grandpa started getting shitty with me, so I dropped it.
Right, but you know this so there's no reason that she's acting like that. And there's no reason she can't find a work from home job. Kyler, you can't go so far if you don't eat that. There's just too many things that there's no reason she does.
Yeah.
It's grandpa thinking she's the victim, and it just stresses everybody out.
I am so surprised. We had such a good conversation earlier, and the fact that that conversation happened the way it did, it was a bit much.
No more candy. Right.
Like, she's going to always be a victim if you keep defending her the way you're, like, even the way he is being in his text. He's being really shit. Like, I can see why she is the way she is now. Like,
right.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm hoping she finds a way to raise some money and pay us back, because if not, the only thing I can do is file for the court's contempt and have her ordered to pay. But she's not going to have any money. It's just going to.
Right, but if you do that, it might force her to get off her lazy ass. That's the thing. Unfortunately,
Is your mom in any legal trouble that you know of?
I will tell you, my grandma received a phone call 2 weeks ago, month ago maybe, and it was a lieutenant from Georgia, from the sheriff's office where her and Kevin lived, and they were looking for my mom. I called him back from my cell phone and I said, hey, that's my grandma's number. She has nothing to do with her. Like, not even same side as family. He said, that's understandable. Thank you for calling me back. And I was like, I will tell you this, and this. And he said, oh, interesting. And I made it very clearly, very, very, very clear that she's been driving on a suspended license. It drove from Ohio to Georgia on a suspended license. I don't know if she's in trouble for that or not. I do know that Kevin's mom was losing her shit about the black Ford that she had because it was in Kevin's name because of her suspended license. She couldn't get it titled in Georgia. So Kevin's mom wanted that car back, which I don't really know why. It's a literal piece of shit, but
Yeah, it was on its last leg. When I saw her driving it last, it was on its last leg. I felt I was scared to let Jonah go in it.
yeah, that's why she doesn't have a car right now.
So wait a minute. She told me her license is expired.
Nope, it's suspended.
Yeah.
Super suspended.
Yeah, her text message to me earlier. I think this was after I sent you the screenshot. She said, I asked her, I was like, are you in legal trouble right now? Question mark. She said, no, LOL. Why do you think I'm the one in legal trouble? Projection? Question mark. And I said, you don't have a license, I thought. She said, it just needs renewed. That's not legal trouble. Laugh out loud. What the fuck? And I said,
It's been suspended for 2.5 years.
well, I went and I looked at her previous messages because I could have sworn she said something about her license before, and I went back and she said she had driving privileges. So I went back to her and I said, how does one achieve getting driving privileges on an expired license? And she has not responded to me since.
Because you called her in a lie.
Yep. So, yeah, I just basically told her you have two options. Option one is there's 2 payments left for Jonas. I've already paid it, but either give me my $500, work with me to give me the $500. I know you don't have it right now, but when can you have it? I'm going to stick you to it. And if you don't do it, then blah, 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 blah. That way I have a chain of events of where she promised things and doesn't do it. Or we can go for option 2, which is we just stick to the order. And right now she's around $1,500, just under $1,500 that she owes us if she's paying half of Jonah's expenses since November. Kids are expensive.
Oh, no, that's crazy.
And we can take her to court and she can get in trouble. Yeah, well, we had a lot of that's me being a dick and including the medical stuff, which I don't have a problem taking care of, but she is by the order required to pay half of all expenses, including medical. So when we first got him, I took him to the dentist, I took him to the doctor, I took him everything, like getting the kid checked out. And we did find out that he could use glasses, but they said let's let his eyes exercise a few more years because he does need glasses. But they said he can squint and get to see things. They said as he's growing, let's see if it might grow and fix itself. They said that, so they wanted him to continue because I guess the muscles in your eyes when you squint, like it makes your eyeball like expand or something. Anyway, she said he could use glasses right now, but it'd be better for him to wait it out to see if it self-fixes itself. And then dentist wise, he didn't have any cavities, but the plaque buildup indicated that he doesn't brush his teeth. So I'm like, all right. Yeah. So I know it was cost effective to go to every one of those things that we did. It wasn't like it was duplicate efforts.
Bubba, eat your Lunchable. Bubba, eat your Lunchable, please.
All right. Well, I told you I'd give you a call. I want to just catch you up with what's going on.
Right. Well, thank you for letting me know. I'm really hoping that she starts using her brain a little bit and, at least look online for work from home stuff.
Well, she's starting. She says she's getting her car back this week.
Don't know how she'll have money.
I guess somebody's putting a motor in her car for her and getting it back so she can get a job, she said. But the I don't know. I don't have much. I really do hope it does get better.
Right. Last I knew, when I'm sitting on your trampoline, you cannot jump on. So, last I knew, it was at a really sketchy shop not behind LBM's, but there's a realtor's office right there too. It's like behind the realtor's office. I don't know. It looks sketchy from the road. That's what I know.
Well, I mean, and Jenna showed me a picture of her car in the shop with the new motor in it. He's all excited. I'm like, that's awesome, Bubba. But yeah, when I looked at the picture, I was thinking to myself, I was like, yeah, that motor, there's no way. There's going to be so many problems because it looks like it's being done in somebody's, like her uncle's garage or something, not at a shop. So I don't know.
And I know Uncle Tony wouldn't do that for free. So. I don't know. I'm glad that you got Jonah yesterday. So sorry. We had
had a thundercloud on the north side of town, and something bad should happen.
Well, I gotta get to work, kiddo. If I don't talk to you before 4th of July, have a good 4th of July. Where are you gonna go watch fireworks at?
Prospect.
Prospect? Yeah, I thought about driving up to the lake. I don't know what we're going to do yet. I don't know if you've ever been to the lake for you were there when we were kids. I know I took you guys there to the lake.
I vaguely remember it.
Yeah, but I don't know what we're gonna do. We may just stay home. I got so much work to do. I don't think I can even enjoy the holiday. But we'll definitely watch some fireworks at some point.
Right. All right. Well, have a good rest of your day.
You do the same, kiddo. Talk soon. Bye.
These universities. Is this a significant accusation from the Trump administration?
Yeah, and I think the language from the time that they take which was one, they spent years creating the rationale and justification for pursuing, and one in which they were very clear they wanted to, and to anybody who had any doubts, fairly quickly dismiss those doubts within the first weeks and days of the administration. I think it underscores is a reality of this is an administration, this is a senior factors, and not only spent the years out of power trying to create rationales to ensure that they have cost frameworks in place to actually move on this immediately, but also that other administrations have realized that the federal government and its funding creates leverage over these universities. They never realized it to this degree. And what this administration had done that no other administration had in the past is they understood that authority, the authority that brings with it, and leveraged it to absolute nth degree. And every time I think about that aspect, is they make clear there's no they feel that they can continue to wrap up on students, they have the authority on the other side. Also, particularly as a political every single time.
Exactly. I mean, it's not just the really part of it. We've seen how the Biden administration has stripped Congress' ability to admit international students, which is a quarter of the student population that universities have, right? And just like the school episode of the morning versus Harvard shows just how really the administration is, everything will come to them. Like all of everybody will come down on those, but they'll fight back. And there's a reason why Congress so far is really the only institution that has really not that. They have the resources to do that. They have sort of the high profile to do that. But most of their Ivy League, most of their schools who've been funded by the administration have kind of, back down. And it was regional on the commission that the administration was. Well, speaking of that, we saw late Friday last week, the president of the University of Virginia announcing that he would step down under pressure from the administration on the universities. Sunday, he was Senator Warner of Virginia over the weekend addressing what happened.
We want to just this practice take education. But even with your education, that you receive in life, if you didn't resign, you don't actually have all these kinds of things. It is not explicit. This is a structure.
And when the president resigned from Ryan said that he was trying to fight for what he believes in, but then he said, I kind of made a lot of decisions to fight for the needs to stay by the to do so we just on yourself as leaders and employees and their jobs and researchers and their funding. Hundreds of students who lose financial result.
Yeah, well, actually, I was source opening on last weekend. This is something that he was intent on writing this, that he was not going back out and take out the cover. But then ultimately, he made a decision that it was just too big. He couldn't do it. And I will say that there's a lot of people around here who believe in it, it's close by, away. And people are really, really upset. It was very beloved in that community, and people thought they were doing an amazing job. But this is, again, as Rachel said, the right has been blocking the way to get at higher institutions for many, many years. for you. Home to learning about politics. See the news after.
Join CNN for obstacles, fireworks, and musical performance by Bill Conn, Willie Wilson, George Stephen, celebrate the 4th of America. Live July 4th at 7 on CNN.
At that moment, it was sadness, scared, surprised, worried.
Every 15 seconds, someone hears the words, "You have cancer." At the American Cancer Society, this is what we do. To help people facing cancer in an entire job, protecting cancer every person. And today, we're asking for your support.
I was ready to battle and do whatever it took to be there for my family.
Your donation helps fund our cancer research.
I survived cancer because of research funded by the American Cancer Society.
Thanks to our ethics members, over 4 million lives have been saved since 1991. But we can't do it without your support. To donate, go online or scan the QR code. Your gift helps ensure people don't lose their lives and treatments. Last year, we gave over 750,000 free meals. Your gift supports our pilgrimage communities, where patients and caregivers can stay when they travel for care, free of charge.
It's so important that my mom is here at the watch with me.
This year, over 2 million Americans will hear the words "You have cancer." Your donation will help us be there for you and help support our efforts to end cancer as we know it.
Thank you guys for your patience with me. These week. I want to be here. I want to show people that there's strength in your cancer.
End cancer, every life.
I am a prostate cancer research.
Call now for cancer to donate today.
The ultimate BNT for the all-pro sweet onion chicken teriyaki with 58 grams of protein. And now Subway MVP Rewards members can buy any foot-long in the app and another for just $2. Gentle, dependable constipation relief. Try Seneca. It works just like your beautiful face. It comes made in the Seneca, a natural vegetable extract. Gentle, dependable, Seneca. Also available in great tasting gummies and soft chews. Your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze plug-in. It has a microchip that alternates between 2 scents to fight odors and provides protection for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plug. Look, we're great with we're toothbrushes.
But we're not the best with Tom's cheese and every individual.
When you have that, the clinical proven essential oils and Listerine clean every surface that you have for whole mouth health. Listerine, wash your mouth.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by never settling. But what's really made Ford F-Series #1 is you.
What matters most to you matters most to us.
When you work on cars as much as I do, you learn what matters most. For me, that's trust. What sets Advance apart is the people. They don't just hand me parts. They help me get back on the road. They've always got the right parts at the right price, right when I need them. Ready and just need to battery tested. They've got years of experience. Advance Auto Parts is right around the corner and ready to help.
This is how we advance.
I found it on cars.com. This is the Caitlin Collins. Time at night and see you in
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesoboard.com. If you were a rapper on your music here right now, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you might have. Call out and we'll come to you 800-214-4000.
Open packs some snacks. A marathon voting session underway right now on President Donald Trump's sweeping the national House bill. Republicans are under serious pressure to pass this before Trump's self-imposed July 4th deadline, but they remain deep division between the Senate and House. So what is going right? We're getting the details. Plus, severe damage, but not damage. The UN's nuclear new satellite images reveal renewed activity at a key bomb site.
And protests growing as Florida officials transform an airstrip in the Everglades into what they call alligator Alcatraz, a controversial migrant detention center surrounded by marshlands and all the dangerous wildlife that lives there. We're following these major developing stories and many more, all coming in right here to CNN News Center.
While we watch closely the voting session right now, the president's big beautiful bill being put to the test as he insists on getting this legislation signed by July 4th. They're getting largely signed on nearly 12 million Americans who could be left without medical insurance. Also, despite the cause, congressional estimates showing that this bill would spike the deficit by more than $3 trillion. It's getting right all that science who's out on Capitol Hill. So, all right, what do you think is right now in this marathon voting session?
Well, Boris, this bill drama has been debated for 3.5 hours at this point, and senators continue to introduce amendments to President Trump's big agenda bills. Now, Democrats are expected to introduce many amendments looking to put some of these Republican senators in tough spots politically on certain issues. But one Democrat is warning that they should take the off with this for too long. Senator Jeff Fetterman, who has boxed his party at times, has said that the Democrats should take a few messaging votes, but then move on with the show. Here's how a Republican senator described what is happening on the Senate floor today.
But I think the Democrats are going to try to score some cheap political points. But the truth is, the rhetoric's really tired. They got smoke in the room with the same stuff, and they lost. And elections have consequences.
Now, while many Democrats are admitting that there are a number of Republican amendments that will be voted on today. These senators do not believe that Senator Rick Scott of Florida, who is introducing one proposal that would reduce the federal payments to states and expanded Medicaid under President Obama. There's also Senator Susan Collins of Maine, who's introducing one related to rural hospitals. Senator Murkowski is also a senator to watch going forward. Now, all of this comes as Senate Republicans can only afford to lose 3 votes on this bill. Two Republicans will be Rand Paul and Senator Tom Tillis, who later announced he was now seeking re-election. And so right now, Senate leadership is trying to keep and maintain GOP support for this bill as they are facing that July 4th deadline. A bit earlier today, Senate Majority Leader John Thune was asked whether he passed the votes. He said, well, no soon enough. But even if this clears the House or the Senate a little bit later date, it still has to go over to the House or some conservatives as well as the Senate proposal that included spending. There are some concerns about the Medicaid cuts that have been brought up in the Senate bill. So still essentially a long road ahead for the President's agenda.
Yeah, it's going to be a delicate balancing between both chambers. All that signs on Capitol Hill paying so much. Let's take people White House now. And CNN's Kristen Holmes. The president is leaning on loyalty as he tries to lead this agenda forward.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom.
To move this bill forward. This is one of the tweets or posts that he sent out on social media. He said, "For all classified Republicans, we're trying anyone. Remember, you still have to get re-elected. Don't get too crazy. When we make it all up times 10, we've grown more than ever before." So a little bit of a veiled threat there, particularly after he threatened to primary Tillis over the weekend. Tillis again saying that he was going to retire. But most of his support, Donald Trump, this this is going to be who actually backs him, or he will be able to give favors to those people. And one of the things we saw was a Republican Senator Josh Hawley essentially saying, and I didn't support some of the stuff that was inside of the bill, but yet he was still going to vote yes on it. Clearly there, the messaging has gotten through to him, and there's quite a number of people in the White House who say they are feeling confident that this is going to eventually make its way through. But of course, we'll hear from the press secretary here any moment, and likely this is going to be one of the topics she's hammering.
And we're joined now by Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. Senator, thanks for being with us. First off, this bill looks likely to pass. If it does, how will your state handle any spike in people who no longer have Medicaid coverage?
Well, Brianna, the estimate from my home small state of Delaware is that tens of thousands of Delawareans, more than 40,000, will be thrown off of Medicaid. I met with 30 nurses earlier this week, nurses who care for seniors in nursing homes, for disabled Delawareans, for newborns, and who help support the families who care for them. They came to D.C. with a message: don't let Republicans throw millions of Americans and tens of thousands of Delawareans off of health care. This will be the single greatest drawback of health care coverage in modern American history. It'll close rural hospitals, it'll harm families, it'll impact communities, and that's why I'm working so hard to try and make this bill less harmful. Brianna, I just got a vote on an amendment. Sadly, it got 48 votes for it and 52 against it. It would have stripped away some of the worst of this bill. Republicans are determined to keep the most harmful aspects of this tragic bill.
Being in the minority, you don't have the votes. And so I know Democrats are, of course, eyeing the next election here. You have Senator Warner, your Democratic colleague from Virginia, saying that this bill will be a political outcross for Republicans. Do you think Republicans are going to have the kind of summer that Democrats had in 2010 after the passage of the law?
Absolutely. And that's what Senator Tom Tillis said on the floor last night. Senator Tillis of North Carolina did the analysis, walked around his caucus, handed out a sheet of paper and said to his colleagues, here's the very real impact on your states, on your communities, and on rural hospitals. And yet they are barreling ahead with this bill. He's decided not to run for re-election because he wasn't able to persuade his colleagues to claw back some of the worst aspects of this bill. I think there's going to be hell to pay for the Republicans voting for this once their own communities learn just how harmful it is to them.
Do you think the potential political fallout of this bill could give Democrats a shot at the Senate? I say that knowing, of course, that it's still a very tough map. But do you think that Democrats have a chance? How are you seeing it?
Brianna, we're going to have to communicate, engage the American people, help them understand how a president and a party who ran on lowering their costs are actually going to raise their costs. Their costs for health care, for energy, for groceries. Between Trump's failed tariff policies and this terrible big tax bill that's providing tax cuts for billionaires at the expense of health care for the middle class. If we do that and do that well, yes, I think the Senate's in reach in the next election. It'll be an uphill climb, but it's doable.
Turning now to Iran, President Trump had a lot to say to you in the middle of the night. He posted on social media after his administration's negotiations with Iran to former President Obama's Iran deal. He said, actually, tell phony Democrat Senator Chris Coons that I am not offering Iran anything, unlike Obama, who paid them billions under the stupid Road to a Nuclear Weapon JCPOA, which would now be expired. More like even talking to them since we totally obliterated the nuclear facilities. What's your response?
So, Brianna, first, on President Trump declaring immediately after the strikes that he had obliterated the nuclear program. Like President Bush, he's rushing to declare mission accomplished when we don't yet know that. So what the American people and Congress and the administration should be doing is giving time for a depoliticized, clear-eyed assessment of just how much damage was done to Iran's nuclear enrichment program and what happened to the 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium that Iran may very well have relocated before this race. Don't believe me on this. Listen to the head of the IAEA, the UN agency that monitors Iran's nuclear program. His assessment is they may well have moved these critical 900 pounds of enriched uranium, and they may be back on track to enriching in a matter of months. First. Second, I was commenting on press accounts that the Trump administration was offering to Iran unfreezing frozen Russian assets and up to $30 billion of investment in their nuclear program in exchange for diplomacy that would secure an end to Iran's nuclear program. I agree with lots of folks here in the Senate and the administration and around the world that Iran should never have a nuclear bomb. They are a threatening and aggressive regime that say all the time they want to impose death to America and they want to wipe out Israel. They should have a nuclear bomb. But President Trump is racing to say he's achieved that goal, and we don't know that yet.
What about the effect of U.S. strikes on Iran? There was at least some setback, even if it was just a few months. What is clear, experts are saying that many, is that it should be coupled with a diplomatic solution here. So when you look at those things, and CNN is reporting some of what you said about what is on the table between the Trump administration and Iran, do you like what's on the table in negotiations?
Well, I don't know what that menu is yet, given President Trump's tweet. It suggests that that's not the real menu. As you just read it to me on Truth Social, President Trump said we're not even talking to the Iranians. I do want to encourage diplomacy and negotiation.
Okay, but let me ask you, I'm not backtracking on that, because you're also aware that he has sort of said, we may not, I don't even know if it's necessary that we need a deal. When you listen to experts, they say it's very clear that we do, and I think there's an understanding that Trump may be sort of downplaying the necessity for a deal. With that, this idea of possibly helping Iran access as much as $30 billion to build the civilian energy base and nuclear program, easing sanctions, freeing up billions of dollars from restricted Iranian funds. This is what CNN is reporting. The Trump administration has discussed possibly helping Iran access. What do you like about those things?
What I like about it is it's moving towards negotiating an end to Iran's enrichment program and restoring 24/7 post-spectrum inspection. We also have to pay attention to and end Iran's aggressive ballistic missile program and its support for proxy terrorist groups throughout the region. If we could achieve that through diplomacy, that would be a significant step forward for regional peace, for the security of the United States, for the security of Israel.
Senator Cruz, thank you so much for taking the time for us today.
Thank you, Rick.
So how much more on what the UN is saying about what is left of Iran's nuclear program? Plus, who they say set a brush fire to lure and ambush firefighters, killing 2 of them. We have no details on that. And then later, the White House says trade talks with Canada are back on. They were held on last week, while they support stories more coming up this hour on CNN News Central.
I'm very pleased to announce the Live Aid.
With the ultimate ENT for the off-road speed limit shipping area with 58 grams of credit. And now, Satellite MVP rewards members can buy any furlong in the app and get another for just $1. Fuel it now in Subway.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. We improve your protection against stalkers, malicious websites, and malware with downloads. Get the deal now.
Hi, Grandma. It's great. First base. That's a good grandpa. We are hearing that you allow us to use a regular phone. It makes for isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our team.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on the phone or captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond to media.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Impact and services provided no cost to you for a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Get your loved ones through the comments and connect and they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify for the Clear Captions Fund at no cost to you. Call 1-800-592-1334. That's 1-800-592-1334. Heads up, the IRS is on the move. If you owe the IRS more than $10,000 in back taxes, revenue agents can now come directly to your home to collect. It means bank accounts, assets, and cash are all up for grabs. The time for waiting is over. StopIRSDebt.com can intercept these agents and stop collections fast. With thousands of five-star reviews, we've helped low and high-income taxpayers get protected and slash their tax debt. So if you're under audit, need your returns filed, or have an agent at your door, go to StopIRSDebt.com now to check for savings. Simply answer a few questions and you're done. With 87,000 new IRS agents on the move, don't roll the facts any longer. There are now generous options to resolve your tax debt, but you must act fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Go to StopIRSDebt.com now to check for savings, or call 800-409-0165. That's 800-409-0165. 800-409-0165.
So we told people we can mutual customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And this time.
Only pay for what you need. Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
When I really want the ultimate really good I go on just it's for the days when I'm running around doing errands and I want to work things together. It's called Just Enough because it has just enough coverage. Learn more at ChargeRate.com.
Tastes delicious flavors of bacon, 100% just for that one. Just not that. Hope has been finished to last.
Really?
Real delicious ice cream that keeps you out.
More than a week now after U.S. strikes, the UN's nuclear watchdog is warning that Iran could restart enriching uranium in a matter of months. That assessment seems to support an earlier report from the Pentagon that found that American attacks did not completely destroy the core components of Tehran's nuclear program. The White House has repeatedly insisted that the nuclear capabilities were obliterated. New satellite images from Iran's former nuclear facility show that construction crews are actively working. Exactly what they're doing remains unclear. CNN's potential person is left with second Pentagon Natasha walk us through this new report.
That we are getting from the International Atomic Energy Agency, which of course has been responsible for monitoring Iran's nuclear program. And according to the head of that agency, he said to CBS just this weekend, quote, the capacities that they have referring to the Iranians are there. They can have, in a matter of months, I would say, a few cascades of centrifuges spinning and producing enriched uranium, or less than that. But as I said, frankly speaking, one cannot claim that everything has disappeared and there is nothing there. Now, this would seem to closely align with a very early intelligence assessment that was reported on last week by CNN and others that said that Iran's nuclear facilities have not been completely and totally destroyed, and neither have some of the core components of Iran's nuclear program, again, based on very early intelligence. But we should note that the U.S. official has pushed back as well on some of these claims there, telling CNN, quote, that Iran has no air defenses, so the idea that they can just start rebuilding nuclear weapons programs is nonsense. As the president has said, Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon. Now, it's also in here, as you alluded to, that there are already signs that the Iranians are trying to gain access some of those sites that were struck by the U.S. military earlier this month, particularly at Isfahan, the tunnels at Isfahan nuclear facility, where it is believed, according to U.S. officials, there is highly enriched uranium buried deep underground inside those tunnels. Now, we have reported just last week that the top general of Chernobyl South Campaign told lawmakers that the U.S. did not use one of those massive bunkers, big bombs on Isfahan because it is so very deep underground that those bombs likely would not be effective. So they used Tomahawk missiles instead. Now, it is worth noting that, of course, Republicans and other supporters of the president have made the argument, look, these military strikes obliterated at least the surface level of these facilities. So if the Iranians
Oh, fuck.
which is, of course, a key component to making a nuclear weapon, they would have a really hard time doing so. But look, it's worth noting that Republican lawmakers, Democratic lawmakers, they all emerged from those classified briefings that were given by the administration last week, agreeing on one thing, and that is that Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium has not been completely obliterated by these U.S. military strikes. With some breaking developments, Idaho authorities have identified the shooter accused of ambushing and killing the two firefighters in the mountains by Coeur d'Alene on Sunday. The first firefighter, who was also shot, is now fighting for his life after surgery. The local sheriff says they believe that the shooter, who was later found dead, set a brush fire to lure the crew to the site and let him open the fire. Here's dispatch audio as the attack unfolded. CNN's Mark Morales is here now with breaking details on this. Mark, what are you learning about the suspect?
Well, we now know who among witnesses did this shooting, and they've identified Wes Walker, 20 years old. He's from the Idaho area. And as you know, the identification of this kind of very, very important. Now investigators can get that figure out what the motive here was. They can do search warrants on his home and places of business, they can even talk to loved ones, people that he knew, anything that can help them really dig into why he did this. Now, law enforcement was able to trace his cell phone signal, and that's how they were able to pinpoint exactly where he was on the mountain. But just as important was the initial 911 call. That's how first responders were able to learn, not just to try to collect information, but that they were wanting to go on this next attack.
Two other responsible guys, she's gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds, two permanent firefighters are down. These law enforcement deputies will possibly get the two wounded out. One is third beat up this fire with that dead second process.
Now, with all of us we're still waiting for more details on this, but you know, investigators, law enforcement are really pushing to figure out what happened here.
Have they gotten a hold on that brush fire that they say he set, Mark?
Well, that's a really interesting part of this whole situation as well, because that fire increased to 26 acres overnight. And when you think back to how this all started with Ronnie setting this fire, first responders can't put that fire out because they're being shot at. So it was in those initial moments of this fire, I don't think we can end on it, but now at this point has reached and really, as we've seen, gone up to about 26 acres. And that's also an issue because, remember, because of this shooting, it's a crime scene. So investigators were having to pick up evidence as quickly as possible because there was a fire all around. This fire is a significant issue, and if they want to try, who knows how they will get this home.
Certainly, Mark Morales, thank you for the very latest on that. Next, we are on Vote Watch in the Shonda Hickman trial, and journalists just asked their first question. We are in the courtroom bringing you updates from there. Plus, Florida says its immigration detention center that has been dubbed Alligator Alcatraz is ready to open. There's a controversial plan to use swamp creatures as security.
The Junior Boys Club was a road club full of fresh white goods.
So what was the puppet master?
He was chasing love and power at any cost, even murder.
It's from Chris Celebrity, CNN.
That's great performance to start the great sleep. Thanks to new Natron Sleep Restore. Shout to Lincoln. This week. I'm kidding. To do my best in all of this, I have to do my best. And we're very nice sleep will start with me.
Natron Sleep Restore. For your ultimate sleep sleep.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Seneca. It works differently from your laxatives. It's made from the Seneca plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable Seneca. Also available in great tasting gummies and soft chews.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted. Because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power. If the utility company does not approve our Generac does.
After a hurricane happens, we just want to be prepared for anything.
And now 10 home generators on Generac with thousands of satisfied customers.
Number one thing is extended outages should be suppliers. Generac on standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Discover the power of Eco.
Adobe, lost 35 pounds.
Some also 46 pounds.
And I keep the weight off.
Reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only advantage with this improved or reduced risk of major cardiovascular disease such as death, heart attack, or stroke, results from heart disease and obesity.
Don't take if you or your family had NTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or procedure or breastfeeding or pregnant or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation, gallbladder, or severe stomach problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar, people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines for it. Call your prescriber if you experience vision changes, heart racing and rest, or any mental changes. Depression and thoughts of suicide may occur. Side effects of nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
I'm lowering my CV risk.
Ask yours.
Within its now approach to nursing education, our opportunities become your options and our support becomes your success.
I heard about AMU through a coworker and then lined up with what I wanted in an intelligence degree. I was working full time after time I was employed, unguided internet connectivity. I was good to go. AMU was the smoothest process I've ever had to where I was able to accept this test.
I want to be and help people. That's what I want. Once you're on the team, you have each other's back. You are there for each other. Yourself out there.
It puts you through a lot of different courses to push you further, to develop your leadership skills as you move up.
It's not just a job, it is a career.
My boss texted to think of these gift cards and send them with pin numbers.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Sokolov Law.
That's what we don't hate this. $30 billion in trust funds has been set aside. You made it as working personally.
After nearly 7 weeks of testimony during deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial have begun. 8 men and 4 women, ranging from age 30 to 74, will decide the music legal state.
Combs is charged with racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. He's pleaded not guilty to all 5 counts, but he does face up to life in prison if he's convicted of the most serious charges. So Matt Hancock, CNN anchor and chief legal affairs analyst for the Post. She's also the federal courthouse for deliberations have not been going on for about 2 hours. And the jury that represents one of the judge.
Yes, we have, and we have it right now. So, there's another hour or so into deliberation when you learn they have a note. Here's the note. The note says, we have adjourned. We are concerned to not follow your Honor's instructions. The one person also asks, is people the judge or that juror to do an interview. Let me tell you something, that is a such an important point. As you know, it has to be a unanimous decision of those 12 jurors. They always, as soon as the alternates temporarily, they could come back to the full course, but they are told to be on standby, they can leave the courthouse, and the reason if they are called back in, they can talk to friends, or family, or press, and otherwise. But this idea of not following judge's instructions, here is some of the instructions for us. First include, you're not to bring in views, you're supposed to take your time and text the course follow the share your notes with one another, that use your notes for only the same purpose. You're supposed to follow the idea that the prosecution and not the judge for the decision to charge or to investigate methodology as how they investigate this case. And then the job of the juror, as a fact finder, is to follow the law, not to essentially go wrong for whatever reason and saying, for example, I know what you told me to do, that was the reality. And that could be a possibility right now. There's no other explanation. Sean McCollum was in that courthouse just behind me, looking things down. I'm wondering what this means for his overall case. Could this be a juror who's saying we will now engage in substantive deliberations as I have already given some motion to use, or could it be the opposite? The truth is, Boris, this is our justice system where it's in the hands of the peers of Sean McCollum, and they will have to decide. And so somebody say, after 7 weeks of trial, it sounds like somebody in that jury room is a little bit of a person onto themselves.
Yeah, that is, I mean, how unusual is that, Laura?
Well, I'll tell you something. Remember, for the past 7 weeks, these jurors are not to talk amongst themselves. This is their first day when they're right now talking about this case. They may have had no prior notice of who might be somebody who was not following instructions, who might be somebody who was presenting a product. And that famous Roman Rockwell case, right? The one juror at the head of the table, their arms head back, with, of course, all sorts of meetings to talk to you about what happens behind those closed doors to get flies on the wall. Well, it's actually quite common to know that you are deliberating, and at times they will butt heads. But it's not mean they cannot ultimately come to the conclusion of guilt or innocence. But right now, no, they've now actually met one another, and there's already somebody who is on the sides.
Really interesting lower codes. Thank you so much. Let's discuss with jury consultant and attorney Alan Tripton. Alan, thanks so much for being with us. This note from the jury, we have a juror number 25. We are concerned cannot follow your Honor's instructions. What do you mean?
Well, there's one call on this jury. That is significant. It happened incredibly quickly. There's a lot of give and take back and forth. Deliberations can get incredibly heated, and that's part of the process. And in my experience, whenever there's a jury or the jury is fully split, they can move on. It's because one juror says something to the effect of, well, I made up my mind, and there's nothing anybody can say to me that's going to make me change my mind, period. End of story. I don't know if that's exactly what happened, but for the jurors to say that one juror is not going to follow the judge's instructions, that is quite notable, especially at this early stage of the process.
So can you talk to us a little bit, Alan, about what happened now?
The jury is fully split, they can move on. It's because one juror says something to the effect of, look, I made up my mind, and there's
No, the people are deliberating, and at times they will butt heads. That does not mean they cannot alter the system where it's in the hand of the peers of Sean themselves, and they will have to decide. But suffice to say, after 7 weeks of the trial, it sounds like somebody in that jury room is a little bit of a person onto themselves.
Yeah, that is, I mean, how unusual is that, Laura?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you something. Remember, for the past 7 weeks, the jurors are not.
After nearly 7 weeks of testimony, jury deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial have begun. 8 men and 4 women, ranging from age 30 to 74, will decide the music mogul's fate.
Combs is charged with racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He's pleaded not guilty to all 5 counts, but he does face up to life in prison if he's convicted of the most serious charges. Let's go to Manhattan now with CNN anchor and chief legal affairs analyst Laura Coates. She's outside the federal courthouse for us, where deliberations have now been going on for about 2 hours, Laura. And the jury has already sent a note to the judge, right?
Yes, they have. I'm looking at it right now. So first of all, it was about an hour or so into deliberation when we learned they had a note. And here's the note. The note says, we have a juror, number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. The 4th person also asked to speak with the judge or that juror to be interviewed. Let me tell you something, why this is such an important point. As you know, it has to be a unanimous decision from these 12 jurors. They've already dismissed the alternates temporarily. It could come back into the fold, of course, but they are told to be on standby. They can leave the courthouse for any reason if they are called back in. They can talk to friends or family or press and otherwise. And this idea of not following the judge's instructions, here are some of those instructions, Boris. Some to include you're not to bring in your own views. You're supposed to bring in your common sense and, of course, follow the evidence, the witnesses, and be your own fact finder. You are also not to share your notes with one another. You have to use your notes for your own understanding purpose. You're supposed to follow the idea that the prosecution cannot be judged for their decision to charge or prosecute or the investigative methodology of how they investigated this case. And again, the job of a juror as a fact finder is to follow the law, not to essentially go rogue for whatever reason and say, for example, I know what you told me to do, better do my own thing here. Now that could be a possibility we're hearing now. You have no other explanation. Sean Diddy Combs is in that courthouse just behind me, looking at things as well. I'm wondering what this means for his overall fate. Could this be a juror who would say they will not engage in substantive deliberations outside their already preconceived notions or views? Or could it be the opposite? The truth is, Boris, this is our justice system where it's in the hand of the peers of Sean Diddy Combs, and they will have to decide. And so, suffice to say, after 7 weeks of the trial, it sounds like somebody in that jury room is a little bit of a person unto themselves.
Yeah, that is, I mean, how unusual is that, Laura?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you something. Remember, for the past 7 weeks, these jurors are not to talk amongst themselves. This is their first day when they're really not talking about this case. They may have had no prior notice of who might be somebody who would not follow the instructions, who might be somebody who is persona non grata. There's that famous Norman Rockwell painting, right, of the one juror at the end of the table with their arms head back. There's, of course, all sorts of movies that talk to you about what happens behind those closed doors to be a fly on the wall. Well, it's actually quite common to know that people are deliberating, and at times they will butt heads. That does not mean they cannot ultimately come to the conclusion of guilt or innocence. But for right now, we know day one, they've now officially met one another, and there's already somebody who is by themselves.
Really interesting, Laura Coates. Thank you so much. Let's discuss with jury consultant and attorney Alan Turkheimer. Alan, thanks so much for being with us. This note from the jury: we have a juror, number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. What are you reading about?
Well, there's a wild card on this jury, and that is significant. It happened incredibly quickly. There's a lot of give and take back and forth. Deliberations can get incredibly heated, and that's part of the process. And in my experience, whenever there's a hung jury or the jury is fully split, they can move on, it's because one juror says something to the effect of, look, I made up my mind and there is nothing anybody can say to me that's going to make me change my mind, period, end of story. I don't know if that's exactly what happened, but for the jurors to say that one juror is not going to follow the judge's instructions, that is quite notable, especially at this early stage of the process.
So can you talk to us a little bit, Alan, about what happens now? Because the foreperson has asked to speak to the judge or that the juror be interviewed. What is that process like? And let's also remind ourselves that a juror has already been removed for being less than candid in the initial interview about where they live. So there's been some jury drama when it comes to this case.
Absolutely. The judge has a lot of authority now, and there's going to be an interview, and this juror is most likely going to be told what the other jurors had to say and what they feel about it, and they're going to have to answer some questions, and then it's really up to the judge to decide, all right, I don't know if this juror can continue to deliberate, but they've already started, so there's already good grounds for any type of appeal by the defense should there be a conviction. So this is really a possible mess and a major headache at this early stage of the game.
Talk to us about that. How exactly would the defense appeal this sort of thing?
They are allowed to have a jury of their peers deliberate. It has to be unanimous. And these are the jurors that they've chosen. They used their strikes. There were peremptories that were used. And this is the jury that ultimately was seated for this case. I know there was that one juror that was excused earlier, but once we have the 12 starting deliberations, there's no resetting that. Now, there are alternates and there are reasons maybe that you can have a juror come in and take over for deliberations, but maybe not something like this. We just don't know exactly what it is about this juror that's keeping them from being deliberating, that's causing fellow jurors to have a real issue. This note is just so incredibly swift. It's hard to imagine they really were that substantive in the deliberation process up until the point of discovering that there's a juror that's not willing to follow the judge's instruction.
Is this an unusual level of juror drama for a case that we've seen here?
Yes, it is. Usually it goes seamlessly, and you do have alternates for a reason, so it's not unheard of that you might try to dip into the alternate pool, and there might be something that requires a juror to come in. And look, maybe the judge will call this juror in. There'll be some Q&A, and it'll be resolved.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's going. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
how's your wife and kids?
Everybody's doing well. Thank you for asking.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the rundown on Ash. Where's Ash at currently?
I'm still going part-time right now. I have some opportunities, events, things to host and facilitate in the next couple months. I'm not doing my next level chef gig till October, and it's only going to be 2 weeks pre-production, 2 weeks post-production, so it's not very much work. But overall, I'm doing okay. I've been dealing with a lot of family stuff, a lot of family drama. Things around my grandmother. Journey got liced a couple weeks ago for the first time. That was a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And I got a really bad stiff neck a few days ago, and I'm still kind of healing from it. So
you look like you're beat up. You look like you're going through the ringer right now. I hope you're doing well.
I was sunburned as fuck yesterday, so I'm just I just feel like fried leather right now.
Well,
so
yeah, things are amazing, but things are also very bleak at the same time, it feels like. I'm trying to stay positive, and business is it's such a big game, and did I overextend myself? You start asking yourself these things, but then it's you slap yourself around and you say, quit moping and get at it. So, I just
have you moved forward with Navicore?
Yeah. Right now, we just got all the financials to the attorney, so I got to meet with them. Like, I'm itching to go and register it, get the EIN, so I can set up the U.S. bank account. I was hoping to do that, so that way July we kick off with Navicore, but I'm being extra careful, just because Icora was a project. It was, I had a vision for it to turn into this big, huge thing, but it doesn't have to be called Icora. It doesn't have to be, that thing. And what I do is I manage technology and I help leadership. Really what I want to help people do is lead by, with modern practices and things of that nature. But really just to conduct business in a stress-free, a safe environment, and for people to know what's expected of them and not to have chaos. Like, I just want to help businesses thrive. And the best way to do that is to work with leadership. So, looking at the master tech plan, can I even call it the master tech plan? Do I got to change how I approach things and things of that nature? Because I can't mimic what Icora was developing the MTP, but really what it was a provider of services. And what I don't want to do is, I was developing this master tech thing as I was doing Icora, I don't want to have to, now that Icora, I drop it all, I can't keep my MTP because I had that tied to Icora, if that makes sense. That's the big thing I need to find out. And we're not going to keep the same business name. We're not going to provide services like we did before. We're not doing data center. We're not doing all that other stuff. All we're doing is saying, hey, this service desk that we have I need to catch you up. So this whole thing that started in November is what we call a matter. Some matters are small, like there's a chair in your way while you're walking across the room. You can either walk around the chair or push it in as you're walking through. How do you deal with that matter? That's defines who you are, right? And this matter isn't just a simple chair in the way as I'm walking across the room. This matter's like life-changing, business shutting down, bankruptcy, all this shit. This is a matter that's the size of a meteor coming towards Earth, right? Like, it's scary. So, but anyway, any matter, you can use the weight of that matter to get you to your desired state, as long as you know what your desired state is and where you're headed. So you look at this matter and you're like, shit, I can't walk around this. I have to deal with this. And this thing is huge. This is massive. So you ever seen the movie? Was it Martian? What's it called? With where he goes to Mars and they leave the guy on Mars. Is that Martian? What the hell's the name of that movie? I want to say Matt Damon, but I think that's wrong. Is it Matt Damon?
No, I know which movie you're talking about, and I don't actually think it's called Martian. I think it's something else, but I know which one you're talking about. He's stuck there in Mars for ever, basically.
Yeah, then the Richard Purnell guy, the rocket scientist. Oh no,
it is Martian.
It is Martian.
It is Matt Damon.
There we go. Right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, in that movie, they're stuck there. He's stuck there and they have this huge mothership coming back to Earth. And this Richard Purnell guy's like, hey, we can't get this package to Mars on time because of speed and trying to get the package. And they had a package they were testing, but it blew up. And now all hope is he's going to die on Mars now. And the guy's like, wait a minute, what if we use Earth's gravity to bring the ship and we reload it as it's coming around Earth, and we use the gravitational pull to shoot the thing towards Mars? This will set us back. We'll get ahead of schedule, and we can save this guy's life. And so, something similar to that, we're looking at this huge matter that's in our way. It's coming at us. How can we use the gravitational pull from this massive thing to shoot us towards where we're trying to get to? All right.
Yeah.
So that's what we have here. And you got to look at all the variables in the equation that make up this whole thing. And Jay, my business partner, I love him to death, but Jesus, some of us are organized and structured. Some of us are just, that's a mess. Jay and I are on opposite ends of the spectrum, right? And there's a happy medium there. I'm overly organized and overly, structured and rigid. He's way too loose and messy. But that's why we help. We help. Yeah, that's when I see good like filling gaps for each other. That's always a plus. But anyway, I'm trying to get Jay to work with me to do this thing, and it's just such a nightmare. And the way he's going about it, he's just going to fold underneath this other company. So I'm like, well, I don't want to fold under. So there's this company called Summit Digital. Let's go ahead and let me pull up my screen here.
He's going to go work for them, or?
That's what he wants. But when I met with the owner, I explained to him everything going on, and I guess Jay wouldn't divulge everything to the guy. Jay's like, I asked Jay, I was like, why didn't you tell him about all this shit? He's like, well, I figured it'd come up if it needed to come up. You don't think that needs to come up? Like, everybody's like, get rid of Jay. And I'm like, oh my God, I probably should get rid of Jay. No, Jay has best intentions. He's just sloppy. You got to protect yourself with Jay.
Does Jay want to be a part of Navicore?
No. Well, I don't know, but no, that's not an option. So,
okay.
Now I do want him to be a client of Navicore. That's a definite yes, because having somebody as messy, again, part of my whole use the trajectory of your matters to get you closer where you want to be, and this is how we do things at Navicore now. Well, we'll be Navicore. Jay, how can we turn that matter into a positive, right? And the way we do that is if Jay we're looking for people that could be account managers. We're looking for multiple Jays out there that's trying to do an IT business, but they really don't have the infrastructure behind them to manage the tech plans they're managing quite correctly. I'm all about testimony. If I can get Jay Gates to provide organized, awesome services to the clients he manages, and I can say Navicore did that, that's a testimony for us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I view that. And I don't want to put Jay down. This isn't about putting Jay down. This is just Jay's personality. This is how he is. This is me meeting him where he is. And getting him to his desired state where he wants to go. He wants to have people look up to him and know that he's managing technology right and that they're safe and secure and they can do business effectively. He wants all that. That's part of the desired state he wants. So we use that to get him to allow us to work with him to get him to that desired state. Now, Jay meets up with this company. Jay's idea to save himself, the way he's going to handle this is he knows his businesses probably will not last. So what he would rather do is fold up all of his technicians and his clients underneath another company and go work for that company. That way he doesn't have to deal with all the shit and just get a paycheck.
Yeah.
So that's what he wants. So that's what he looked for, and he found somebody. And again, getting off topic here, let me get this site pulled up. Share my screen. So this is Summit Digital. They have 12 people.
Cyber insurance.
Yep, that's a big one. And I tell my clients they need to have it. I technically only have 3 clients without Jay and his tech plans that are being managed underneath my systems. Now, the 35 plus tech plans he does have, I would say 95% of them, I'm the one that put together their tech plan, even worked with the gatekeeper of the business to get them to sign it and implement it. Like, I am the one that curated all that. And then when we split in 2019, he got to keep the majority. I only kept a handful. I had like 6 clients. I've, off-boarded 3 of them, and one of them just went out of business. The other 2, we weren't perfectly aligned, but I know they weren't a good fit for CCPCS, so I helped them out until they got off to the right people. But yeah, I have 3 solid clients that are paying me monthly in my recurring revenue. So Jay's taking all of his business and putting it underneath this, and this is a huge win for Summit. Summit's excited about this. They're like, wow, and they're taking on the technicians. So they're like, we're getting extra people. They already needed the help. And Sean and Alan were sitting around twirling their thumbs because the objectives that we were trying to get done, Jay's the leader for them to get those things done. So that's on his business to get those done. Anyway, what we're doing is Cincy PCS, Jay and his 2 technicians was the anchor MSP for the tech plan. They were the ones that provided service desk. They were the ones that, took care of things. I did all the data center stuff. I did all that stuff, but they answered the call when someone had a problem. They were the reactive service desk. So if Jay goes away, what do I lose? I lose the service desk. I need somebody to answer calls when there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So
can we use AI to automate some of that?
Oh, absolutely. But we don't, when it comes to customer support, and this is going to be a huge issue down the road, sending in a ticket, if we had a chat bot people could chat with that could walk them through things, that'd be great. But when someone has a problem and they're in production, they need it fixed now, I don't want them talking to a bot. They need to get a person, they need it right now. And as we move forward through this new era of technology, AI is going to get overwhelmingly annoying. And people are going to be like, I really need to talk to somebody. I received a summer EBT card for my son. And I know my wife and I make way too much money. And my ex has an issue with abusing systems, let's put it that way. So I'm like, is this card legit? Or is this something that maybe she signed up for him? So when he's with her, she can have extra money and she doesn't work. Like, what is this thing? And when I called to get support just to find out, hey, is this fraud? Do I need to report this? Or is this a benefit I can actually use? Maybe I send the card with him to his mom. So when he goes up there, I know he's got food money because right now I'm sending money out of my pocket. So, that might be the only way I would use this benefit is when he's with her, there you go. You have an allowance for money now for food and whatnot. But when I called, there is no you can't get a person, and the AI doesn't even know my situation enough. All they're doing is here's how you activate your card. That's all it's all set up to do. There's no issues with customer. Anyway,
yeah,
we
how
want
does
people. How does what even happen?
Was it a scam?
I don't know. It looks legit to me. I probably shouldn't show his number on here, but I just got this in the mail last week. And I'm like, is this something general they do for all kids or whatnot? I'm trying to find that out on I want to find out the requirement. All it does is say, here's how you use it. Here's how you activate it. It doesn't say, here's what it's used for and why you have it and who submitted. Where is this coming from? Is this standard for all kids that go to school? Or is this something somebody applied for? And I need to know that. I'll talk to AI and figure it out.
Yeah.
But, so the model of the business, and literally right now when I got the notification, I was like, oh shit, yeah, we got a meeting today. I'm in the middle of preparing my last month's billing through Icora. Icora will be billing for July, and that's it. After July, Icora will not bill or be alive in another month. So this July month is the last month Icora will do its dance.
Yeah.
And before the end of July, I got to have Navicore set up. But obviously, I have the tech stack started, as here we are. But we don't have a bank account, the EIN, all that stuff in place yet. So I get the insurance in place. We got so much to get done. Now, what I'm working towards, how are you doing financially?
I'm barely making it.
What would be helpful? If I could work $1,000 a month towards you in the budget, what would that do for you?
That would greatly support me in meeting my baseline needs.
Yeah.
In terms of contribution of work, I'm really only doing my current role right now. He says that I could do or full time if I wanted to, but one, I don't really want to, and two, I don't think he actually needs that help. So I also don't want to kind of just be sitting around in his office like for hours on end, not doing anything. Because I see everything that I've already done and all of the tasks that we still have left for the rest of the year, and it just doesn't make sense for me. So like in terms of like contribution, like 10 to 15 hours a week would be like something that I can definitely commit to.
Well, what's your schedule looking like?
Right now, I'm generally working on the Cloud9 experience art tasks, like, I don't know, anywhere from like 9 to 10 in the morning to like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, just depends. But then I also like, sometimes I get done with the task within an hour and then I have like an hour in between. I work from home the majority of the time, also from a co-working place downtown. So like there's a lot of remote capabilities and like opportunities to work on tasks at different times of the day.
Well, I'm definitely, I'm restructuring. I don't want to get your hopes up too much, but I'm restructuring how everything's financed. If I can, I'm hoping.
We can talk about Navicore is like finally set up too. You know, I can wait till Icora's like
well,
down.
I'm setting it up now, and as I'm doing this, I need to make sure I have all my baselines covered, because I know what I need from the business to get by. And you know, my wife is, you know, she's still staying at her friend's house. You know, me and my trauma and my issues of not being able to leave her alone for more than a day. I need to give her like if I know if I just left her alone for 2 weeks, she'd come like, I miss you, I need you, but I can't fucking stop bothering her. And it could be me not even wanting to bother her. Just like you know, the kids, like there's the dogs, there's so much that we're entangled, like you just can't shut it off. You can't, like it's like so hard, and I just know she needs space, and I've done that. Like she hasn't stayed here in a week, which is the longest she hasn't stayed since we've been separated. I mean, she was here. Well, that's not true. It's just hit a week just now since she stayed here. So my hope is just keep your cool, Joe. Give her space. Maybe Wednesday or Thursday she'll come and stay a night with me. But before that, like we've been seeing each other every like 2 to 3 nights a week. She's been staying here. Some nights 4 nights a week. So like I know there's still something here. I just need to focus on me right now. That's what I'm doing. So what I'd like to do. Is
she still going to help with Navicore?
She really had. I think part of it is she's so overwhelmed right now, and I just want to give her space. So no, I'm not putting anything on her with that right now. And you know, if we come up with a need and need somebody to watch something or do something, and I feel like it's something that maybe we can reach out to her to help with, because she is an amazing person and she is great work. So let's just give her some space. But yeah, right now, no. Right now, it's just me. And then whenever we get you involved and get you started. And right now, what I'd like to do is understand how we're going to, you know, if you want to work on a website, I don't know what your background there is, but we're going to need a website for Navicore. I'd like to have a website for myself. I'd like to get a link tree put together. Do you have a link tree to anything of your stuff? Like, do you know what a link tree is? Let me see your link. What's your link tree?
Let me see. It's on my Instagram.
All right, I can go to Instagram.
Do you mean like a WordPress website or like a Squarespace website? Because those are 2 very different things.
Well, I don't know if maybe I'm saying it wrong. A tree link. There's just like these pages that have these like all these links to all the different things that you have access to or that you do.
That's different. That's different than like a website.
One of them would be a website, right?
One of them would be a link to our website.
Like for me, I would like a link tree that says, here's Rigid Six Studios, josephsunderman.com, navicore.com, Instagram, Facebook, the Creative Tech, all those different things. Wait a minute. I need to log into mine. Go to my. Lord have mercy. I need to get on here more for sure.
By the way, I don't know if you see my message about Navicore, but like I haven't been able to log into that email for some reason.
Oh, you haven't?
No, every time I try to, it tells me I need to like download this 2-step verification app, and then I go do that, and then it like keeps saying that there's no account.
Nice.
So
What's your
Ash Sumida?
Oh, there's your link tree. Well, you got some music out here, do you, Mama? Look at you.
Just some mixes, and those are like public songs that I reposted and stuff. But yeah,
What's this guy?
I was doing forecast readings with like human design and Gene Keys astrology. And then I think that one want DJ Lotus Mama at your next event or club. I think that just goes to inform.
Yeah, I'm on a. Oh, that's cute. A little animation there.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot more advanced over the last year. You can like customize so many little things and do so many little different things.
Yeah,
I really don't know what the click-through rate is on those things though. Like how many people actually click on link trees on people's Instagram bios?
Well, I'm gonna put that under mine. All right, so that's something to work on later. Anyway, but yeah, back to the business model. We also have this company right here, 3.net. I don't know if I've watched this video.
When you visit our data center,
This is the third floor of the Twin Towers in Covington. I don't know if you can hear the audio.
Okay.
This is Eric. He's my buddy. He's a good guy. And this is the network closet. I don't have access to that. I would like to eventually work with them enough to because get into that biometric. Like if I go up there right now, I have to have somebody in the room with me. Yeah, they're not allowed to have anybody in there that's not qualified or certified to be in the room. You have to be certified and have access, and it takes a lot. And you have to have influence. And the Odyssey's got to be a tier 2 data center. It's a lot, and to have access to this data center, this is going to be Navicore's data center. This is Navicore. Yeah. Like this being Navicore's data center, this being Navicore's service desk, and we manage the tech plans with the gatekeeper to help keep it all together. They're not going to deal with all these different vendors. You deal with me, I make sure your tech plan and your tech stack is solid. And the service desk from Summit will be the reactive users calling there for tier 1, maybe tier 2 problems. But when you get to tier 3 problems and we're talking infrastructure or back end stuff, the service desk at 3Z will be in escalations for Summit. So Summit, by me doing this, remember, I took the matter that's coming at us and I look at all the moving pieces. I've been working with 3Z for almost 10 years now. And they knew once my data center, which is 10 years old, once it hits 10 years, it's out of production, because they know this data center, once it's done, I'm building a connection with them, and they know that I'm willing to take all my stuff and put it in their data center. So we've been building a great relationship over the years. And the office space, we can throw events at their office space, the whole 3rd floor. It is, you can see the whole Cincinnati skyline because it's right across from the Ohio River facing Cincinnati. and you see that beautiful skyline between the two beautiful, big, beautiful. It's like out of a movie. In fact, I want to go up there and live stream, if not this week, next week. And we're going to be bringing in so much business. It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be beautiful. We are taking this matter that's coming at us, and we are preparing ourselves to be, it's going to be a great ride. I'm excited for what we're preparing for. So,
I'm still here.
I know.
I'm waiting patiently.
And I know the trip didn't happen probably because of all the shit going on coming up to Ohio, but yeah, you're more than welcome to come up here and stay and hang out if we can make it happen. And I would love to, if we get Navicore going before school starts in August. School starts in August, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I would like to get you. You're ready for school to start, are you?
Well, thankfully her dad has been helping with like summer camps and stuff. But yeah, I am excited for school to start. I'm not going to Burlington this year. Just I think a wiser choice on my end to just stay focused and be committed to my projects or the things that I want to be working on. So that feels really good to have made that decision. And yeah, I feel like in a lot of ways, even though it feels like kind of uncertain, kind of like what you were saying, it's like it seems bleak, but it's also like kind of cool to like have such open horizons and kind of tune into like what I want to be doing or who I want to be working with, and like really stay close and focused on that. So,
yeah. I mean, it does feel good to make healthy decisions. Like, for instance, with the wife not being around, like I'm a big horny dog, and with everything going on, I could be making bad choices and putting my time into chasing women and fucking around and watching and playing video games and goofing off. But I know I want to save my marriage, and I know I want to get things where they need to be. And I know I'm not 100% of the problems in any of this. My wife's very well aware of her issues. It's a matter of us working together to get there. And right now, I'm here to support her any way I can. I'm just giving her all the space, and what I do in my time. Like, yeah, I'm not doing stupid shit either, is what I'm saying. Making smart decisions right now, keeping that positive mindset. When I catch myself calling myself a pussy and quit being a bitch and get up off your lazy ass and do something, I'm trying to switch that inner voice to be more like, hey man, you're awesome, you got this, get out there and do it. And you look at what you've built so far instead of dogging myself, because I think that's what I like. Butter up, buttercup, let's get moving, like motivating people by talking down to them, I guess. If I could change the internal dialogue to myself, maybe that'll come out externally as well. That's where I'm headed with that.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But in the meantime, I mean, with like tech or website or like admin support, if you want some of that, just let me know. I can make myself available for that. But in the future, I am really excited to work like with the companies on the leadership aspect too. And I know we talked about that.
Yeah.
Point, so
when you are a founder of a business, you start off being everything. My job now as a founder is to train and delegate as much as I can, and I'm going to need generalists at first, not specialists, but generalists. So what my job is to take as many systems that I'm managing and push them off to you. So that way you can manage those systems as a general. So yeah, you're not going to be doing the things that we want to do right. You're not going to be a leadership specialist at first. You're going to be a generalist and helping around everywhere, because with you, there's only 2 of us at Navicore right now. And that's not.
I thought you mentioned before that there were other people that were probably interested.
Oh, well, you and I will be the only ones doing the back end work. Now I do have the CPA who will be doing the financial aspects and building out that part of it. So we do have, are they going to have a Navicore email? No. Are they going to be Navicore? No. But are they part of Navicore? Yes. Chris Brock is going to help us with our AI development and some of that stuff. And luckily enough, Chris Brock does work with Eric, the guy at the 3Z data center. They've been associated in the past, and they have Chris has stuff in their data center. In fact, I found that out. Like, I've known Eric and 3Z forever, but I met Chris through the South by and Helen and all that shit. And yeah, he's super excited to be part of this. In fact, I met him through Kendra, not Helen. Have you talked to Helen recently?
I have not, Helen. I mean, actually, we had like an exchange on Instagram, but it was more of like a friendly,
social, like, hey, cool picture type thing. Yeah.
Playful thing. Yeah. No, I haven't.
Did you guys ever end up doing anything together or work? Did anything come to fruition?
No. She's kind of all over the place, and she never really messaged me back on any of that stuff. I did get the green light at Soundstage, that's filming music studio I told you about. I got the green light to do any events that I want for the rest of the year. So those are kind of the opportunities that are about to start kind of popping off too. So
well,
I really want to get that like representation space for DJs. I just think it would be brilliant.
Yeah, and if you can come up with an idea for a platform for DJs, if you have an idea for a platform for DJs, that would be, it's going to need a tech plan. It's going to need somebody to help manage this tech stack. And what we do is we help people focus on helping their clients or whoever they're trying to serve by giving them the tools and the ability to do that. So that way you can just focus on doing that. And I'm assuming that system, once it's set up, it's pretty much, it just drives itself. There's not much work you need to do. It's not like you're going to be, I mean, obviously you having an entity and you having a tech plan that's yours, you're going to have a lot of work. Do you have people helping you with that, or is that just going to be you?
I have a few people who are very much desiring to like invest their time, even maybe a little bit of their money, like into getting it going. One of them is, he actually, interestingly enough, he actually does like tech customer support in the corporate world of Walmart. He actually helps like buyers and the people who like source products and stuff like that in Walmart. But there's that, and then this other woman, her career is very different, but her marketing eye is insane. I told her the idea, and she gave me 2 golden nuggets that just really like, it's so impactful that I'm like, you're already a part. She's like, if I can be any support or be a part of it in any way, I'm like, girl, you're already a part of it because of those 2 golden nuggets you just gave me. Like,
part of your model now. Yeah.
Yeah. She's brilliant. And so there are 2 people, and then I have the whole crew at Soundstage. So I have access to $15,000 cameras and a camera crew and sound and lighting people and just that whole team that can help set up the stage and the studio and everything. So that's really cool too.
What kind of, like, would that help out with Navicore in any way?
The studio?
Yeah. What would
if you wanted to, I don't know.
Like what would be the big, like how could that help with everything that, so I look at your DJ platform that you're wanting to do similar to my Rigid 6 Studios. Like Navicore is my moneymaker, my big thing, but it'd be cool to have a production company and have that going off. And I can't put all my attention to it right now because I got to get this rolling, but I want to build on it as I'm doing this when I can. If this is is this like your side hustle type? I want this to be a thing eventually. It's not going, I'm not like, just don't pull yourself too thin.
I used to have a production company, right?
Yeah. You told me that.
Yeah. And I think a part of me has always wanted to go back to that and to go back to running that. I just didn't know at the time when I was younger how to make it lucrative, how to make it consistent, because production companies are really per gig basis. There's nothing that's really consistent about it at times, but there's so many people in Austin lately who have really great ideas, like really solid ideas that actually contribute to, I think personally, where the government and the economy is shifting and changing towards. It's like these business ideas go with current trends and things that actually like make sense that the world needs right now. And by that, what I mean by that is that these people need help producing their companies. They need help building their businesses and their projects and whatnot. And I thought
that's what Navicore does.
I know. I was like, well, what if I did have a production company that helped with, getting their branding, their messaging.
That's what Rigid 6 is. So like, like that's exactly what Rigid 6 is. So you have it doesn't have to be called Rigid 6, but you have a Austin office. So here's what we can do. Ooh, I wonder how that would work. You know how they have you have 2 videos. You have one video, one idea, but there's different ways to spin it. You want to know which one's the best. So you'll put out test video. You'll put out video edited one way and another video edited, whichever one gets more traction in your test environment. That's the one you're going to post on your platform.
Yeah.
What if we had a Navicore Cincinnati version and a Austin version, Navicore, like we didn't even call either of them Navicore. We just called it something, and they were different, but we tried out different things in different environments. We try out both of them in Cincinnati. We try out both of them in Austin. It gives us an idea of which one's working. And if they both are working together, I'm wondering if we can find out what works. And then we have a main company that takes all the findings from that. We pour it into that. Anyway, that's yeah. Do you want to be contracted under the LLC once we get it up and running, or do you want to have your own LLC and we are jointed?
So the only LLC that I currently own right now is the one that I have with my business partner for the reality TV stuff. So I don't have my own LLC anymore.
It's not that difficult to set one up with the EIN so you can get your bank account and have money going to it. And that's the best way to do it, to protect yourself and the business. That way, if something happens with the business, with a client, and it's ugly and they go to sue you for $3 million, they can't come and sue you. They can try for neglect, but yeah, they won't get anywhere.
Yeah, I thought about getting my own one again, because the last one that I had was through my recruiting and consulting services, and now I've just been signing 1099s, or W-9s, and just getting paid.
We can start there. That helps me understand how we're going to move forward. So, and it helps me understand.
We start there, but a goal of mine is by the end of the summer, I can have my own LLC again, because I do know and understand the benefits of those.
Well, here's what I would suggest. Once we get a tech plan that you sell in Austin that you're going to manage, that's when you'll need your own LLC. Because what we want is to have the tech plans that you manage, they're going to pay you a monthly amount. And you're going to take that monthly amount, you're going to make sure everything's covered and keep your portion. And
I haven't pushed JC into talking with you anymore just yet, because he wants to get back from Burning Man first before he even entertains the idea of switching all of our tech over to Microsoft.
Yeah, and if we do that, I'd like that to be your client, and we would be there'd be an agreement between you and I that we're managing this tech plan through the whatever it's called at the time. MTP is what it's called right now, but you're managing their tech plan through the MTP, and you're their main agency of record. So, there's a lot going on. What I'd like to do right now, like the ICORA handbook that I put together, we're going to rethink that. And I did go through and look at a lot of your notes, and you had a lot of good questions in there and things of that nature. We need to.
You haven't re-pronounced yet.
Well, again, I can't just change the name on the thing to Navicore and say, hey, here's the master tech plan, because the master tech plan was written as a provider of services. And now what we're going to do is we're going to make one where we're managing. Yeah, it's the verbiage, all this. So I'm just redoing it.
Yeah. So that I'm clear on the model, moving forward with Navicore, you're not going to be the provider of services. You're going to be kind of the builder of the service plan, and then Summit and the 3Z or whatever is going to be
So
provider.
yeah, there's only two pipelines that we deal with a client. They're only going to work through us through two pipelines. We're going to have matters and objectives, right? So you're going to manage someone's tech plan, and we're going to tell them that, hey, all the technology is coming in. It's going to be sourced from all these different vendors and everything. We're going to be the manager of that list of all the vendors it takes to make your tech plan and the overall budget from that tech plan. Now, some of us, we're only going to take when your invoice goes to the client, it's going to have your consultancy fee, your monthly retainer, which is hopefully between $500 and $4,000 a month per tech plan, depending on the size of the tech plan. And what we want you to do is get up to $10,000 of VCIO. We're probably going to call it fractional IT management or something different than VCIO. But you're going to get the VCIO amount goes to you. So that 500 to 4,000 goes to you. Now, the model of this will probably be that every account manager that takes that VCIO cut, like right now, I'm the only one that gets that cut. And when Jay got that cut, I got a portion of it because he couldn't do the VCIO on his own. And I don't think you'll be able to do VCIO on your own either. So, like, let's say you do have a client that's $4,000 a month. They're paying you to manage their tech plan. A third of that would go back to the company. What I normally want to do is any profit we take 50% of that profit, put it back towards the business, and then the other 50% gets spread between the people that brought that budget in. That was very aggressive in the first 4 years of Icora. Now I think where we're at is we can change that to where, especially with the new model, where you get the majority of that VCIO cut, but a good chunk of it still. So more like, instead of a portion going to you and half of it going to the business, half of it goes to you, and a portion goes to the business, and the other portion goes towards, I guess, you, because that's, anyway, you'd get 3/4 of it. So it's just flipping it, where you get 3/4 of the money, we only get 1/4. And again, the things that you do, that's you doing sessions. That means you got to sit down and train these people when it's time. You're going to work with leadership and admin sessions. You're going to work with them in their team sessions. And there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do is just, that's all it is a consultancy fee. They're paying they're paying Summit, and in your case down here in Austin, because we're not going to be able to have techs go on site, right? So we're going to have to find an IT company for the tech plan in Austin. We need, the data center should be fine because we have one here, and they also have one, I want to say in Colorado, but closer to Texas, and that data center should work fine for you guys. So 3Z's data center down there, one of their backup data centers will be your guys' primary data center. We just got to get a good service desk, because we need guys on the ground that can go do on-sites. Yeah. We're not going to fly somebody out to restart someone's modem because the guy doesn't want to go into his IT closet and flip a button. Yeah. So I do got to get off here and get my billing done. Tomorrow's the 1st.
Me too. But just we'll continue to stay in touch. Let me know how Navicore is going, and if you need any other support in the meantime, I'm happy to be of assistance. So just let me know.
I think the next time we do get together, we should schedule a good 2 to 4 hour session if you can make that happen. And what we do is we focus on actually working on the outline of the business model and the handbook. I got some of it already started, but before you go, let me see where that's at right now, real quick.
So that would be, I would have more availability to do that next week because I don't have Journey all week next week.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, definitely not this week, especially with the holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have all the different businesses here. Everybody's gonna have their own clients. And what we do is we manage the tech plan. Like every one of these has their own purpose. We're the leadership and management. These two are merging into each other, basically. This is basically one. So this right here is the end game. And there's a big wall between. Oh, let's just copy that guy. Oh. There we go. Flip it. Whatever. Yeah, that works. All right. Yeah, I got this started, this document. Trying to remove all the ICORA stuff from it. But yeah, we got our objectives versus matters. Service desk to deal with matters with clients. We work with leadership on objectives. And yeah, it's pretty simple and straightforward. And we have a plan. Yeah. Our plan is to get you to your desired state. So getting something, I'm trying to think, what else did I have? I got so many different things I've put together. This is a very small one, but yeah, we need to
take some more time in the next couple of weeks to find a good window. We can dive into this for sure.
Yeah, and once we get started, we don't even have to be on the phone to continue working on it. We'll spend that good chunk of time, like a half work day, focused on this. We'll take a break and stuff like that, but we're going to spend a good half work day focused on getting this started. And what I need you to be on, because my brain and all over the place, what I need is like lock it in. Like here's a final thing, because what we need to do is get that into a website. We got to get a website started, and then HubSpot. I plan on us using HubSpot for our website.
I am very versed in HubSpot.
Yep, we're going to actually, HubSpot's part of our tech plan that we want clients to use. We actually have, I've already gotten 2 of my clients on HubSpot. So the third one, they're doing something with some other third party, but yeah, we're going to have our website done through here, so that way we can develop forms, and all that's going to go straight into our CRM and all that good stuff. So we need to find, unless I don't know if you're good at HubSpot and managing, and we got to set up all the different intricacies, like the different statuses of them and automatic emails.
Building the sales team in Cloud9 right now, and I'm creating Loom videos of teaching our team members how to use HubSpot currently, and I just finished building an email correspondence sequence for this conference that they went to, and so I'm very well versed in HubSpot. I also, in the last maybe month or so, I've probably spent about 4 hours altogether with HubSpot support desk.
Wow.
Asking questions, and so I have a lot of different resources and bits and pieces of knowledge that are helpful. I've never built a website on HubSpot. I've built websites before, but I've never done one on HubSpot. But I'm sure it's very intuitive, and it makes the most sense when it comes to being able to track everything.
Yeah, this is my client's HubSpot website right now, and I think it's horrible.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of these. I don't know.
Banners.
It's just
way too many banners.
It's a lot to navigate this template or whatever you call it. I
can't even tell what he does.
Yeah.
Okay. Some of those images look AI generated.
Well, I know Nick's getting big into AI, and yeah, these are all forms of AI generated images, it looks like. But they got this new Prism thing they're doing. I don't know what this is all about. That's a lot better. That home page though, when you first land on that Fisher design, my God, yeah. What? No. But hey, they're the specialists. Who am I?
What are you doing? Scrolling. Okay. Well, I get to hop on the call here in a minute too, but yeah, good looking out, and I'm excited. I appreciate you. I'm still here, not going anywhere.
I know that.
Even though life has been pretty shit lately, but I'm still alive.
Well, stay on your toes. Let's keep this meeting. So I'll talk to you next Monday, and we can figure out a. I don't even know if next week will be good, but we'll figure out a time to do our half day.
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh,
Okay.
what are you doing Wednesday? Around this time Wednesday?
This Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Well,
I might be in the office for a few hours in the morning, but then I would be free around 2.
1:30 Eastern time. So
Mhm.
that'd be what, 12:30 your time?
Mm-hmm.
Is that too early?
Let's see. Yeah.
Okay. Well, every Wednesday at 1:30 right now, I'm meeting with Northwest High School, and I'm helping their leadership team. And I know you want to do leadership stuff, so if you jump in on that with me, and if I can get them to get us a budget, and you can help out with that, I'm happy to get that budget to you.
Actually, I can actually hop on that because I have there's a block on JC's. He has an event going on that day, so I actually won't be seeing him. So I can hop on that.
Well, I'm going to invite you to it real quick, and if you can be on there, I'll introduce you as an associate with the new brand we got coming up. What I've been giving them 1 hour a week for almost a year now, and you got a hell of a testimony from these guys already. They're like, "This is great, thank you. You've been helping us so much." So, and if I get you in there and they really like working with that dynamic, we can say, "Hey, listen, we need at least a $10,000 a year budget." That would give us like $700 a month. That could be help right now, if they get it approved. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, I'll send you the invite.
I will be a fly on the wall.
Oh, definitely get involved. We'll talk to you soon. Have a great day.
Bye. You too. Bye.
It'll just be a little bump in the road. I'm not so sure. That's quite like that. I wouldn't exactly bet on that, you know.
And to help her and to have this time with her. It's the greatest gift I've ever been given. To not worry about the finances and just to be able to be here and concentrate on her. Gratitude is not big enough word for her.
Please call or go online right now and become the St. Jude Partner in Hope for only $19 a month. When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
The fundraising, the donations, they work and they help and they save lives.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now. Become a St. Jude Partner in Hope today.
Ninja Frostvault Go, the premium soft cooler with a cold dry zone. It keeps food separate, dry, and fridge temp for hours. Ice stays frozen, zipped, or just shut. Ninja Frostvault Go, drinking food's favorite food.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I paid for.
Sling let you do that.
I like the sound of that. Choose and customize your channel right. Or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
Big 4th of July weekend coming up, one of the biggest travel weeks of the year. It's off to a messy start. Madison Scarpino is live at the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. How are things going there today?
John, it is smooth today, finally, because the last few days were very rough. I'll get to that in a second, but we all know the 4th is coming up. It lands on a Friday this year, so officials are expecting tens of millions of people to travel, and AAA says that busy period began yesterday. More than 60 million people will drive somewhere for the holiday, and TSA is preparing to screen more than 18 million flyers. Again, things looking pretty good right now, but it was a whole different story over the last few days. Chaos here in Atlanta. Severe thunderstorms Friday, forcing a complete evacuation of the air traffic control tower, causing massive delays and cancellations. And unfortunately, over the next few days, there is a possibility for a tropical system in the south. So unfortunately, a possibility for more flight disruptions as well.
Thank you for describes, Madison. Thank you very much. That's going to wrap it for us, Sandra.
All right, thanks for joining us. I'm Sandra Smith.
And I'm John Roberts. The story with Martha starts right now.
Thank you very much, you guys. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum, and this is the story. Here's a live look at the Senate floor on this Monday afternoon. They call it a votorama that's going on right now. That is where the race is on for Republicans to try to meet President Trump's deadline that he has given them to have this bill on his desk by the 4th of July. And it still needs to go through the full House and Senate vote after they do the reconciliation between the two bills. So basically, this is what's on the table. You've got billions in this bill for the military and for border spending. It does increase that SALT tax, which is the state and local taxes deduction in a lot of the big highly taxed states. That would go to $40,000 for the next 5 years. You heard maybe Mike Waller from Mayor talking about that a little bit in the last hour. It would keep the president's promise of eliminating tax on tips and overtime, a huge percentage. I think 90 million Americans get their money through tips and overtime. And it makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent. That's the biggest selling point that Republicans keep pushing for their side on this bill, to lock those in. There are political hot potatoes in here, and that has to do with the effort on one side to cut waste and fraud in Medicaid and make sure that able-bodied people are working. And that's a huge, part of what they've been struggling over here. Democrats saying that these are cuts to Medicaid. Watch this.
Senate Democrats have put this bill on trial in the court of public opinion. We've exposed how it steals Medicaid from more than 16 million Americans.
Yes, there are some improvements and reforms to Medicaid to make it more efficient, to make sure that the people who are supposed to benefit from Medicaid do, and that it doesn't go to people who shouldn't benefit from Medicaid.
So we are going to talk to Montana Senator Tim Sheehy in just a moment about this bill and what he thinks of it, what he likes and doesn't like. First, let's go to correspondent Alexandria Fox to break it down. Where are we right now on this, Alexandria? You're over at the White House.
Yeah, there's a lot of optimism here, Martha, about meeting this July 4th deadline. And right now, there really doesn't appear to be a backup plan. We do know that House Speaker Johnson and Majority Leader Thune, they were back here at the White House today. As the president continues with this hands-on approach of getting this thing done this weekend, he did remain here in Washington. He also golfed with several GOP senators and slammed holdout North Carolina Republican Senator Thom Tillis for opposing the measure. The president then celebrated over the weekend Senator Tillis announcing that he was not going to be seeking re-election, which came after the president warned he would endorse a primary opponent. Here's Tillis on the Senate floor, concerned that the bill would reduce funding for rural hospitals.
I'm telling the president that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid.
Here's how the White House responded to that a short time ago.
Well, he is just wrong. And the president and the vast majority of Republicans who are supportive of this legislation are right. This bill protects Medicaid, as I laid out for you, for those who truly deserve this program.
All right, so aside from July 4th, there's another July target date fast approaching, July 9th, the president's global tariff negotiation deadline. But the president indicated this weekend there might be some breathing room for at least some countries.
Do I want to extend the pause? I don't think I'll need to because I could. No big deal.
No big deal. He says a Canadian tax also on U.S. technology was rescinded last night. It was supposed to go into effect today. That was after President Trump spoke to Prime Minister Mark Carney. The plan would have ended trade talks with the U.S. Canada clearly wanted those back on. And today, right now, actually, President Trump is said to be signing an executive order that would be terminating sanctions on Syria.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexandria. So with that, let's speak with Republican Senator from Montana, Tim Sheehy. Is this on the Armed Services Committee? Senator, good to have you back today. I know there's been a lot of toppling and talking over this bill, and that's as it should be, I guess, in the Senate side. Here's a Senator, your colleague, Senator Rob Johnson, talking about why he decided to change his vote from no to yes. Watch.
My biggest problem is that we really weren't returning spending to a reasonable pre-pandemic level. But through multiple meetings with President's economic advisors, I'm convinced that they are committed to returning to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending, and I'll be highly involved in a process to achieve and maintain it.
Okay, let's take a look at a chart that shows federal government spending over the last decade. And it shows that it popped obviously during COVID, which is what Senator Johnson was referring to there. And then it, continues to move higher up of those 2023 levels. Do you hear what he's saying about cutting spending after it was so exorbitant in running up the deficit during COVID?
It's a math equation, Martha, and there's absolutely no question that in the last 4.5 years we've seen an explosion in federal spending that's put us on a fundamentally unsustainable fiscal path. And that's really across government. It includes headcount of government, the central size of government. We saw the elimination of a lot of that during the Doge days. On front page news every day, we see that. It also came from more subtle, just ballooning in many of our social entitlement programs, which the core of those are key. And we've committed to protecting those: Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or veterans benefits. But during COVID, what we saw was an explosion in those programs, broadening of eligibility to folks who they were never meant to serve. And this is the core of the fiscal reorientation we're seeing in those programs, is ensuring that the fraud, waste, and abuse, which is tens of billions of dollars a year, including $10 billion around medical equipment ordered through Medicare for seniors that didn't even live in America, they were exported internationally. So a lot of this is tightening eligibility to ensure these programs are going to be there when people who've been paying into them their entire life actually need them.
So what do you say to people who voted for conservatives in the last election, who were promised that they are going to see, if we get the House, the White House, and the Senate, they would say, then you are going to see some massive spending cuts here. And this is the pushback. You see it from the House Freedom Caucus, $651 billion to the deficit they say is added in this. How do you sort of justify that to your voters?
Well, if you talk to Mike Crapo, who lays out the argument, I think, in the most accurate terms possible, what this bill actually does is reduce the deficit by $500 billion. The only way you start getting the deficit expansion with this bill is if you assume that the economy doesn't grow at all, that we stay at a 1.8% economic growth rate, which we haven't seen that low rate of growth since ever. Martha, for over a decade, we've never had 1.8% economic growth since we've measured that metric. The Trump tax cuts becoming permanent will unleash tax certainty and business growth. If we have the largest tax increase in the history of mankind hit in January, for folks to say that that's not going to have a negative impact on the economy, that's the truth here, yes. So what this bill primarily does is not forget the primary thrust of this bill is making these tax cuts permanent. Beyond this, we're seeing the largest federal government spending cut in history through the rubric of this bill. Now, as Senator Johnson said, he isn't happy with it being only in this bill, and that's why he's been assured, as have others, that there'll be a number of other efforts following this, starting in the White House, but of course supported by legislation, to start getting us back to a sustainable fiscal path. Because, as everyone knows, if we don't address the core spending issue, in about 10 years, we're at a point of no return where all of these programs, from defense to border to entitlement, start collapsing on themselves.
Yeah, and I think people got very encouraged by what they saw during Doge. They want to see that continue, but obviously they want to see this tax cut, which is the major piece of this. A lot of people do. So we may talk to you again this week if you're available. We'll see. Is this going to get signed and on his desk by Friday? Before Friday?
We're pushing hard. We'll see.
All right. All right. We'll be watching. Senator, thank you very much. Senator Sheehy, good to have you again. All right, so back in New York City, Mayor Eric Adams will be on the program in moments as the White House responds to questions about socialist mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani's failure to condemn anti-Israel rhetoric. He was asked 3 times, wouldn't do it.
Could he see himself working with a mayor, Mamdani, somebody who on Meet the Press this weekend was given 3 chances to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada, but he couldn't?
Yeah, look, the president is always willing to work with everyone. I think the president would find it difficult to work with someone like that.
And a key court hearing happening now that could impact President Trump's mass deportation plans. We'll tell you what's going on in that courtroom next.
Hi, folks. I'd like to tell you about YRefi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in YRefi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest from 1 to 5 years, and you can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs? You also have the freedom to take your monthly interest income or reinvest it whatever you choose. When you invest in YRefi, your interest is calculated daily, you're paid monthly, and should you need your money back early, there is a liquidity feature. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investbyrefi.com. That's investbyrefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum and scan this QR code to view the disclosures at your leisure. YRefi, investing in America's future.
Good Ranchers is delivering American-sourced proteins the way it used to be, from farm to family.
Over 30% of the food sold in grocery stores goes to waste, and many of us don't give it a second thought.
Our meat and seafood is individually portioned and vacuum sealed, locking in freshness and flavor.
Allowing you to feed your family with what you need while reducing waste.
Visit GoodRanchers.com and discover American Meat Delivery.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting like gold. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term!
Find out if you're sitting on gold money. Call Coventry Direct today.
Put the state legislature together. He was the Speaker of the House before I became Speaker of the House. So he's a great friend, and I appreciate his leadership. And I think he has raised some valid points. But in the conversations that I've been having with our folks in the House, we're going to be able to deal with any of those issues. But more importantly, the state has assured us that they're going to be able to have the bandwidth fiscally to pick up any additional share that the state may have to carry with this. But at the end of the day, this is one small piece of what is an absolutely fantastic bill. I mean, think about this. We're finally going to have a bill that fully unleashes the American energy resources, getting more energy out there, which will allow gas prices to go down, to make us an energy exporter again. That's going to do so much to deal with inflation. What we're doing on the other issues. So, dealing with waste, fraud, and abuse, these other things on Medicaid, that's one part of it. But this is a huge bill that covers so many areas. And I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to moving this bill. Are you concerned about the scale of it, Congressman, given that we've heard some of your fellow Republicans say that they were surprised by some of the contents of it once it made its way to the Senate? Are you sure that that's the right idea to get all of this in one bill, even when a lot of it, individual lawmakers seem to be just holding their nose and passing it because they want to remain loyal to the president? I'm agnostic on some of these other provisions that don't go to the core mission that's been laid out of, again, extending the Trump tax cuts, investing in energy, investing in the border, investing in national defense, reining in the national debt. A lot of these other things that are kind of, sort of, I guess you'd say, hitch the ride, whether they're in there or not is not a consequence to me, as long as at the end of the day, everything squares and we're going to be better off at the end than we are right now. And I'm telling you, we don't have an option to do this because, if we don't pass this, it will be one of the most massive tax increases that the American people have seen. And we're not going to let that happen.
And I trust our president. I think he's shown tremendous leadership on the international stage. He has shown a lot of leadership within the country, of course. And I think he really has a good idea of the direction the country is going and the direction it needs to continue. And so I want to be there to be a part of the city that we keep moving America forward.
Understood. Congressman, one final question, and I want to give you an opportunity to respond to a report in Fortune magazine that you failed to disclose stock trades worth up to $500,000. Apparently, you're laughing. This was apparently some trades that you made days before and after President Trump's announced tariffs. You sit on the Financial Services Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations. Did you miss this deadline? Can you explain why?
So, no, we did not miss the deadline, which is why there was no fine or penalty assessed. We filed the report within what's called the grace period. There's a 10-day grace period there, and the big reason for that was we had some personnel changes and delays getting that done. But now everything's clear. All of my stock trades are out there, and based on just publicly available information. So people continue to comply with the law on that, just like everyone else.
What do you say to Americans who think that it's inappropriate for members of Congress who may have access to sensitive information that most Americans don't have? They argue that lawmakers shouldn't be trading stocks. What do you say?
Well, I'll tell you, if any person, a lawmaker or anyone, trades off of any information that's not publicly known or anything, they should absolutely face consequences for that. That's entirely inappropriate. But I don't have access to any of that at all. But one thing I do just don't have an abundance of caution is I don't trade any financial services stocks or anything. I just don't do those. So the stocks I do are either ETFs, which are just general assortments of all kinds of stocks, and index funds, those kinds of things, and then normal blue chips, things that are like Ford Motor Company, American Airlines, things that are just normal stocks that I've actually traded for many, many years before being in Congress.
Congressman Tim Moore, I believe the conversation there. I appreciate you sharing.
Thank you.
Still to come, just after deliberations began, jurors in the trial of Shadi Combs say that one of them is worrying the entire body that they can't follow the jury's instructions. We're live in New York, where the music mogul is facing life in prison. Plus, we now know the identity of the man authorities say deliberately started a brush fire to ambush firefighters, killing 2 of them. What we know about this 20-year-old suspect. And later, watch as crew members from a Disney cruise ship save a girl and her father after the child fell overboard and her dad jumped in trying to save her. We're back in just a moment. It's going on.
I'm very pleased to announce Live Aid.
Seeing headphones screen, see my this never had something like that night. That's still is Live Aid. With rock and roll took on the world. July 13th on CNN.
My daughter is being treated for leukemia. I hope that she lives a long, great, happy life, and that she will never forget how Mom and Daddy love her. St. Jude, and this is what's keeping my baby boy alive.
You can join the battle to save lives by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. For just $19 a month, you will help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need now and in the future.
Cancer makes me feel angry, but you're not in the feel on the outside, just the inside I'm angry at it.
When your kid is hurting and there's nothing you can do about it, that's the worst feeling in the world. 1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Don't respect me. I hope that you continue to give. They have done so much for me. Join with your debit or credit card now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear.
Estás hablando. Y la de mi hija es una niña.
When we came here, we didn't know what tomorrow would hold. St. Jude showed us that tomorrow there's hope for a little girl just about.
Let's cure childhood cancer together. Please donate now.
Caramels.
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 Caramels. However you pronounce them, there's caramels.com. Soft and creamy small batch kettle cooked caramels featuring classic flavors, chocolate covered, and caramels infused with fresh strawberries, peppermint, marshmallows, and so much more. It's not important how you say it.
Caramels.
It's important that you get in. Caramels.com. So good, we earn the name.
I'm Jonathan Wilson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn Program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 Ps?
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 65 and take medications. What's my price?
You can get covered for $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. Call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn Program. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. So call now.
Call 1-800-242-6897. That's 1-800-242-6897.
The Arena with Casey Hunt today at 4 p.m. on CNN.
Just a few hours into jury deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial, and there is already an issue with the jury. They sent a note to the judge saying, quote, "We have a juror, the 25, but we are concerned and not follow your Honor's instructions." The jury foreperson also asked to either speak with the judge or that juror be interviewed. Instead, the judge sent a note back telling jurors to follow his instructions and to keep deliberating. He also told the jury not to reveal any specifics about their deliberations and potential future ones.
And then, just to give you a sense of what we know about Juror 25, because I'm sure you're very curious, he is a 51-year-old male scientist who lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. During jury selection, he told the court he had seen the hotel surveillance video showing Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura, and he had heard about allegations of people being drugged and taken advantage of, but had not formed an opinion because he did not know the law nor whether anyone who came forward made up their allegation. This panel, this jury, consists of 8 men and 4 women, and they range in age from 30 years old to 74. We have CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. All right, Joey, this is interesting because the note was requesting a couple of things here, and that's not what the judge did. The judge sent a message to the jury essentially saying, follow my instructions, just keep going. Is that really the only option that he had here?
Absolutely, Boris, Brianna, good to be with you. Now, this is a major development that's important because, right, this could be an appealable issue for the defense in the event there's a conviction. Jurors are sacred, and you want to be very careful about whether you're guiding them one way or guiding them another, whether it be by insinuation, whether it be by the language that you give them an indication. You don't want to put your thumb on the scale at all. So the way in which the judge handled this, very rightly and properly and lawfully, by the way, was to say, hey, listen, you know what my obligation is, and that is that you all follow the law. The jury, what they have to do, their job, is to make factual determinations. They are the deciders of fact. The judge is the person who goes out with the law shall be. The jury was instructed as to what specific law applies to the case. Now it's up to the jury to apply those laws to the fact. Now, what this means, I'm embarrassed, who knows? Maybe this is a juror that says, I don't care what you say, and sitting on their hands and, folding their arms saying, I don't care, I'm not finding him guilty, or in the alternative, I don't care what you say, he is guilty. So we don't know what that means, but the way it was handled, I think, was the only lawful way to do so.
Is there anything that you might read into Juror 25's biographical details? We don't know much, but there was a thorough jury selection process. Does it surprise you that we got here?
So it doesn't, because remember, what happens, boss, is that jurors are processing this information over the course of time, right? You look at 34 witnesses over the course of 7 weeks, and although you cannot speak to the issues during the actual trial, you can't speak with the jurors, hey, what do you think about this afternoon? What do you think about this one? He's guilty, he's innocent, isn't that right? You can't do any of that. You're certainly formulating opinions with respect to what you believe, what the evidence shows, whether you're on the side of the defense or the side of prosecution. People take sides every day, watching news programs, sitting on the couch, etc. So those are not something that is new, right? What then happens is after it's all over, the judge then says, okay, I've instructed you, now you can begin to talk. But what ends up happening, Barson Brianna, is that you're supposed to negotiate in good faith. And what that means in English is that sometimes you might say he's guilty, but a fellow juror might raise a good point and it brings you over to the not guilty column. Sometimes you might say, you know what, he's not guilty, and it brings you over to the guilty column. And so you just negotiate in good faith. You can't sit on your hands and say, I made up my mind, I know what I'm doing. That's not really appropriate to the jury process.
So we should also note that one of the jurors before deliberation a few weeks ago was taken off the case because they had been less than candid about where they lived. That actually, certainly for part of the time, they lived in New Jersey. And so this is kind of a lot of jury drama that we've seen, Joey. Is it an unusual level of jury drama?
So I wouldn't say unusual. You know, look, these are life issues, and the jury selection process is not a perfect process. Just like a trial's not a perfect process. You're entitled to a fair trial. You're not entitled to a perfect trial, right? You're entitled to a jury of your peers and imperfection, and you know, perfection eludes us all, let's say. And so, you know, Morris asked me, hey, look, you know, we know this person, this juror is 51 years old. He's a scientist. He's an activist. That's part of. Can you read anything into it? You really can. You interview them, you write into it that you feel that he's qualified to be on the jury, you read into it that they're appropriate to serve. Just like, Brianna, with your question, the other jurors seem perfectly honest, perfectly forthcoming, but oh, by the way, you're in Jersey, we can't allow that, you're off. And so what you expect is that the jurors are candid, that everyone's acting in good faith, that they've heard the evidence, they're going to be open, that they're going to be receptive, and that they're going to do their job. At the end of the day, doing the job entails looking at those 5 counts and making the decision based on how the judge instructed you on those 5 counts. RICO as to count 1, the sex trafficking as to count 2, the transportation to prostitution as to count 3. Do the facts as we know them, and as we've learned them during this trial, do they match the legal instructions? If so, you're guilty. If not, we've got to let you go. That's the process. And during that process, by the way, there are people like a tug of war. You pulled over to my side, I'm pulled over to yours. We'll see what ends up happening. And if this juror can follow the judge's note, it was the right choice to the judge.
Joey Jackson, always fascinating to hear your point of view. Thanks for joining us.
Glad you. Thanks, Bob.
A really eye-opening story that we're tracking. A Disney dream cruise nearly turned into a nightmare for a dad and his young daughter. This is video from the passenger ship, a passenger on the ship. It shows a rescue boat on the Disney cruise ship saving them after the girl fell overboard and the dad jumped right in after her trying to save her.
Yeah, the rescuers pulled the girl and her father out of the water on Sunday as the Disney Dream cruise ship was returning to Fort Lauderdale from the Bahamas on the last day of its voyage. No information has been released about how the girl fell overboard or her age, but a passenger who witnessed the scary moment wrote on Facebook that thankfully the Disney Cruise Line's rescue team was on it. Oh my God, that's why. Were saved. And she can say again, we will be right back.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
Reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke, heart disease, and obesity.
Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away. Swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these. Hi, Joseph.
I haven't forgotten about you. It's a crazy Monday, my friend. How you doing?
I'm all right, sir. How are you?
Getting ready out the door. I'm gonna send me a picture of the monitor. I need to know what monitor went out. I need to know the model, if you can get that for me. The monitor doesn't come on at all?
Well, as far as I can tell, but I mean, I don't know if that's,
I mean,
plugged in, where's that plugged in? I don't know. Because I think it's the.
You have two other monitors across from you, right? You have those other monitors there for the other user, right?
I do.
So we don't need to buy one. We can, if we need to while I'm there, because that's not being used right now.
Swap one of those out, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't need, so I don't need a monitor. But I definitely want to grab a battery supply for you. And just because I got to get better at this and just finances are tight and I'm way too loose, this is a RBK issue, right? Like this, I'm going to be billing you for my time. I don't like doing it, but I got to start doing it. Or I know you guys love me. Let me know if you start hating me. Just let's put it that way. But I got a bill for that. But let me get a few more things done, and I got to run to Micro Center, and then I'll run to your house. So, are you going to be around for a while this evening?
Yeah, I'll be around as long as I need to be around.
Well, I'm going to make it as quick as possible. It's probably looking around 5 or 6.
Okay.
By the time I get there, it's going to be later.
No problem.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Shut up!
Nursing, pregnant, plans to be or taking birth control pills, and before
Babies!
Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I can use diabetes differently with Mounjaro.
Pay as little as $25 per month. Ask your doctor about Mounjaro.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspace.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling a life insurance is really great for them.
Don't sell and lapse your policy without going to abacuspace.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Let's do this. A beautiful home is something we create, and we can start right now at Floor & Decor. The hand we cook pies. Today is golden.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta in Atlanta. Yes, CNN. More than a week after President Trump declared Iran's nuclear facilities to be totally obliterated, the UN's nuclear watchdog says that Tehran could begin enriching uranium in just a matter of months. That's in line with the preliminary U.S. intel assessment that CNN reported on last week. Today, there's new evidence of work already happening at one of the locations, the Fordo site that the U.S. bombed. Satellite images are showing new activity there. It is unclear exactly what is being worked on. CNN's Natasha Bertrand is following developments for us live from the Pentagon. So, Natasha, has U.S. intelligence assessed what may be happening with this work being done at these facilities right now?
Well, the short answer, Boris, is that we don't know yet. U.S. intelligence agencies are continuing to look at both the ramifications of the U.S. strikes on these facilities as well as whether the Iranians are
course, now trying to access the remnants of those facilities, which were severely damaged, at least on the surface level, by these massive penetrating bombs and Tomahawk missiles that the U.S. launched at them earlier this month. But we do have somewhat of a sense, at least one of the sites, Isfahan, which is one of the sites that was targeted by the U.S. strikes, that experts have been looking at in recent days, the satellite imagery. And one expert actually told us that there were a moderate number of vehicles at the entrance to Isfahan last week. And then by June 27th, one of the tunnel entrances to Isfahan facility was cleared of obstructions by mid-morning. That's according to satellite imagery. And so what that suggests is that the Iranians may be trying to gain access to those tunnels so that they can obtain the highly enriched uranium that is believed to be buried deep underground at Isfahan. And it's worth noting that the U.S. military did hit Isfahan facility, but they didn't use those massive ordnance penetrator bombs because they were deemed to be potentially not effective against the underground structures at Isfahan, just given how deep those tunnels actually are. So it's worth noting, as you alluded to, that at this point, even the UN's nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, is saying that Iran likely does have the capability to start producing enriched uranium again within a matter of months. According to Rafael Grossi, quote, the capacities they have are there. They can have, in a matter of months, I would say, a few cascades of centrifuges spinning and producing enriched uranium, or less than that. But as I said, frankly speaking, one cannot claim that everything has disappeared and there is nothing there, likely an allusion to President Trump's repeated claims that all of the facilities, as well as their nuclear program itself, have been completely obliterated. Now, obviously, the White House has pushed back very strongly against any of these suggestions, and a U.S. official actually told CNN in response to Grossi's comments that, quote, Iran has no air defenses, so the idea that they can just start rebuilding a nuclear weapons program is nonsense. As the president has said, Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon. So the suggestion there that if Iran were to try to pursue a nuclear weapon, then the U.S., Israel, they could launch additional airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. But as of right now, of course, we're still waiting for the full assessment from the intelligence community about just how far Iran's nuclear program has been set back for us.
Natasha Bush, Red Line for listening. Thank you so much. Brian?
And this just in Colorado, the Boulder County DA's office says a victim of that anti-Semitic attack earlier this month has died. Karen Diamond died of severe injuries from the incident. She was 82 years old. The suspect, Mohammed Soliman, now faces 2 first-degree murder charges, both of which are related to Diamond's death. If convicted, he faces life in prison without the possibility of parole for each of the murder charges in his state case. And he's also facing federal hate crime charges related to the attack. He has pleaded not guilty to those charges.
Yes, sir.
So I just played around with my battery to get his huge domestic agenda bill across the finish line. We'll speak with Senator Mark Kelly next.
Yeah, you threaten a little money, you threaten charging people a little money, shit starts working, don't it? No.
Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel.
Well, just a second here. Where are you? Yeah, put you under Fisher. Yeah, I might be able to do this one remotely here. So give me a second. That's the laptop. You want?
It's a crocodile.
I know what it is.
Just help me make sure they don't stink.
You should try one of the stash.
Yeah, that thing's saying it's offline. It's saying it doesn't have internet. The desktop.
Yes,
But it's not thinking through.
Is that like a network thing? Is that what you mean?
Only pay for what you need. Every day is every day, every day, every day.
Yeah, and I bet you that right there is why it doesn't have internet right now. Oh, my light just turned green.
my son James. He's being treated for high-risk neuroblastoma.
Then we just fix it. Yeah, you can remote in now. Absolutely. That was the issue.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer.
It looks like you're.
Threatening diseases.
Oh.
Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food. Please call or go online right now and become a St. Jude Partner in Hope for only $19 a month.
Having a child with cancer is an extremely tough journey. We went through the mission and singing with ABCs all of a sudden.
There we go. Fully up and running. Don't even have to go anywhere. I love that. All right.
Relapse is very emotional. St. Jude has been amazing because it's all about care for the kid. We're here to help your grandson.
You can make a difference. Please become a St. Jude Partner in Hope right now. Join with your credit or debit card for only $19.
Yeah, but shut them down before you do that. The laptop not, but the desktop, like remote into that computer. And when you're remoted into it, you can go to start and say shut down. And then once you see the lights on it go off, you'll know it's powered off. Then switch everything around. And then once you've got everything where it needs to be, you have to push the power button on that desktop and it should fire up for you. Read that to me again.
Yeah, already approved. That was easy. Yeah, and you can even customize your own terms on every car. Oh, there's a little slider thing. I can change my down payment.
Yeah, just follow the prompts. You can go ahead and follow the prompts.
Lowest down option. This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at TriTime.com.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com. If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you. 800-821-4000.
What's it saying?
We're watching Capitol Hill as the Senate inches so slowly toward a vote on President Trump's sweeping domestic policy bill. Here moments ago, also we should note Elon Musk again slamming the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. He said in a tweet.
Yeah, that's the one you want to pick because this is tied to your work. That's the one that you use kids on anyway.
$5 trillion that we live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party. Time for a new political party that actually cares about the people. With us now from the Hill is Democratic Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. I don't know, Senator, if you have any comment on what Elon Musk is talking about there, but obviously he's also, he's kind of got some, the Porky Pig funny in there, but he's also talking about spending. And I do wonder on a serious note, who is concerned about spending right now on the Hill?
That's the one I want you to have.
Well, Brianna, I don't agree with Elon on everything, but on this, Elon's wrong. They're about to add up to $5 trillion.
Oh my God, you guys!
To this legislation, $3.3 trillion debt to give a big tax cut to the wealthiest Americans at the same time.
So you don't have access to your authenticator app right now. Is the option? You have to.
In solar and wind renewable this is basically all the energy that we now add to the grid.
Yep, send it a text. I hear you got it.
Take this away. So let's go on Elon's side. What we didn't mention, which is also my biggest concern here, is they want to kick 17 million people off their health care. And again, just to give a big tax cut to the rich.
Different estimates on how many people will be off healthcare, but it is millions and millions to be sure. So we saw Tom Keller votes against advancing the bill. The president threatens to back a primary challenger against him. Tillis ends up announcing he's not running for re-election.
So you should be good.
Are you talking to your Republican colleagues? Do they really want this bill?
Yeah, we need to throw that in a round of wellness checks. That's going to be one of the checklist items. Whenever we get with everybody, especially those that got new cell phones, we need to make sure you got your authenticator set up. Well, if you need it, we can get yours set up, but let's not do that right this second.
I came here to do what's
Yep.
right for the American people, and I'm not going to make a decision based on how it's going to affect my next election. That's one of the big problems with this place. And this legislation is so bad for the American people. But here's what's interesting about it, Brianna.
I mean, if you just want to go unplug and plug things back in and then turn things on when you're done, you can. I mean, I don't think it's going to break your computer,
This
but
could be good
to be nice,
in the next election.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you, every one of us, every Democrat here in the United States Senate, we wanted to see
Yeah,
this.
laptop's on battery, so if you plug the power for a minute, it's going to be fine. Monitors are dumb, so when you unplug them, they're fine. The computer, yeah, just to be nice that way, because it's running, doing all these processes. You just pull the power, it's just going to go. It can mess things up. Not horrible, but yeah. Anyway, just let me know if you need help, and I'm here. Have a good day.
Do that in the next 5 or 7 or 8 amendments to make that powerful statement. And that really, I don't understand. I don't think people are going to really be paying attention if you're doing 20, 30, or more kinds of amendment. I don't really think there's a lot of dignity in it.
What do you think about that? Does he have a point, or do you disagree with him?
I disagree with him. There is always dignity in fighting for the American people, especially folks who are just trying to get by. I've talked to so many people in my state that are fearful of this, who have illnesses, who have adopted children who are on Medicaid. When you adopt a kid through foster care, they're on Medicaid. I met this woman named Kiana Brown who says that what's going on here makes her feel like the Republicans are burning down her house and the kids are still inside. She is fearful that they're going to lose their Medicaid coverage, and one of her kids has special health care needs, and she cannot not afford to buy health insurance for this child. So, I mean, if it takes us till 6 in the morning or all day tomorrow, we should stay here, and if we can, try to make this bill a lot less bad. But at the same time, we should be here fighting for the American people. I don't care if it takes a month if we have to stay straight through. So I disagree.
Come here, Bubba.
As you look towards a summer.
Did you not hear me yelling for you?
No, I did not.
Even though
I've been upstairs playing with my friends.
Did you take a shower?
Yes, I did.
Put all your stuff away?
Yes, I did. So can I go inside?
Yeah, we're going to be leaving here in a few. But we don't have to go all over the city, which is good. What do you want for dinner? And don't say McDonald's or any fast food crap.
Panda Express.
Panda Express? That sounds good to me. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Panda Express.
We're going to?
Yeah, we're going to go there. We're going to eat. And then we're going to go to the store and get some groceries and shit we need for the house. I need shampoo. Do you have shampoo and shit?
Dad.
You got plenty of toothpaste. Your toothbrush is still good. You don't need a new toothbrush. Go bring me your wallet real quick.
And legislation and budgeting is all about priorities. I remember my mom when I was a kid sitting at the kitchen table and trying to figure out what bills to pay. And it was always a struggle. And what we're doing right now on Capitol Hill is the Republicans are trying to take care of the wealthiest Americans. We're looking out for these people that are just trying to get by. I mean, these are folks that have to make decisions about whether they buy medication.
The only thing in my wallet is my card.
Groceries for the week. And these are
Nice. Did you spend any money on it while you were gone?
No.
Good.
Socialism, can you speak to that element? Because, I mean, you mentioned groceries, city-owned or run groceries.
Spending much of it.
Very popular, something that was promoted in his campaign. Do you think that there is a way for Democrats to really
spending's $50?
Yeah, I didn't put all your money into your spending money.
Brianna, I'm a capitalist. I want companies to be successful so their employees can be successful. So we have.
Come on, there we go. Now we're cooking with oil. Once I get my billing done, bro, we can go. But I got to get my billings done.
How long is that going to take?
Probably another 10 to 15 minutes.
Dang it.
Not enough time for you to go run around outside playing. Does jeans still fit you okay? You don't have shorts or anything? It's 83 degrees outside.
Should I wear shorts?
I don't know. Should you? What are you wearing there on your feet? Yeah, we just got you new slides, didn't we? No, those aren't the new ones.
Slides. You didn't never.
What, didn't we get you shoes before you went? You only wanted to take your Crocs, but I thought you got shoes outside your cleats, obviously. You don't have any other shoes here. Well, those things are trash by now. Do they still fit?
Probably not.
And that has become a bad deal for working and middle class Americans.
Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh, shit.
Men tell us when they use Just for Men to eliminate gray, there's a great before and after. Then there's the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
Having great performance starts with a great night's sleep. Thanks to new Natrol Sleep and Restore. Which helps sleeping. This week, every great night's sleep starts with Natrol.
Attention, urgent drug safety alert. Recent published studies on popular GLP-1 medications containing semaglutide cause serious vision problems like NAION and wet AMD. Symptoms include blurry vision, colors that look fake, blind spots, or even sudden loss of vision. Experience vision problems after taking one of these popular medications? Call Parker Waitley immediately. The time to file a claim is limited. 1-800-800-2820. 1-800-800-2820. Call 1-800-800-2820 right now. Is it caramels or is it caramels?
Caramel.
You got it. Oh, my card.
However you pronounce them, there's caramels.
Huh?
Oh, my card.
So I want your card.
Do you want this?
Chocolate and caramels infused with fresh.
I don't want you to lose it. It's what I want. And if you're not carrying it on there every day, it needs to go up there on the desk where it normally sits. If we ever go anywhere and do something where you can spend money, that's when you need to grab it.
You could use a big financial friend, your BFF, Experian. Strong enough to help you push past financial obstacles. So even when you have a big expense, you have new solutions that can make a big difference. No, you do have that big financial friend, wherever your journey takes you. Experian.
Hey, come 10 years ago, I invented the Ring video doorbell for moments like that, and Ring security cameras for moments like this. We can shoot video, protect your home, way out here. Learn more at Ring.com.
Welcome to the Now Waiting Network. They switched to Juniper's AI native network so they can take their game to a whole new level. That's the Now Waiting Network at work with real AI, letting you rise above it all.
Nutrition. Together is golden.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards because we printed them for millions of small businesses over the past 25 years. But we also print signs, stickers, shirts, and more. If you need it, we print it. Print it all with 20% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
Hello.
How you doing, Chief? Are you definitely sound like you had a good weekend? You sounded great this morning, and now you sound like you've been beat the hell down and back. You all right? Got a lot going on right now? Awesome. Have you met this Kevin guy? Are you excited about working with these guys? Winston, are you puking and what are you doing? Oh, sorry, my dog's being stupid. Yeah, are you excited about going to this place?
I'm really more curious about how they do things, how they run things. What do they do?
Well, I don't know if I've shown you how I've got these tech plans managed on my side. I know I don't work with you much on the account management side, but I know if you saw like on our invoices, like 01-0 is private cloud and that's the LAN. 01-1 is WAN. Like we have a catalog and the invoices are all clean and you can tell what services are what, and it breaks down their full tech plan. Have you seen an Icora invoice in the last 6 months? Okay. Well, you know how we have the 8 service groups with VCIO on top of that, right? You're familiar with all this stuff and how we break down all the groups and stuff. Well, all this is called the Master Tech Plan, and it's an actual program to put together like a system. And Kevin's interested, and he wants to have his technicians trained on it. And I'm meeting with him Friday. Him and I, like Jay doesn't have much involved with this. Do you feel like you guys use the MTP for your guys' clients to some degree? Like, do you guys call it their private cloud, or that's a data center service item? Like, do you guys use that same terminology for all your tech stacks that you guys are managing?
No. Who do you guys? Who do I talk to?
You, Sean, and Jay? I mean, if you're really a one-man show, why not just break out on your own? Why go through all I mean, I guess Jay does take care of a lot of the shit behind the scenes you don't have to deal with. Anyway. What I'm hoping to have happen, I'm wondering how you feel about this, but do you feel like you could help technicians train them on the MTP? Do you know the MTP enough to get people trained on it? And if you started learning it more to stay ahead of them, so that way, because do you feel like you know enough now to at least train technicians on how to handle matters versus objectives?
Nope.
Do you not want to do training?
Because I don't know what I'm training them. Because every time it's a whole fight about matters and objectives.
Well, working with me, do you understand how I break down matters and objectives? Okay, but you get the understanding of the gist of changes and yeah. So where I'm going with this, Alan, is that there could be a lot of value in you going to Summit. I'm not saying that you going in there and being like a leader or prized technician, but this MTP thing with matters versus objectives and having a tech plan and how many tech stacks are part of that tech plan, like Charlie at DLT. I would say they have multiple tech stacks that you guys manage for Charlie. You got your production tech stack, and then you have, and they're integrated. So we call it one major tech stack, but it can be broken down into like production tech stack versus lab tech stack versus, anyway, they have a tech stack that's managed by a tech plan, which is their budget. And, account manager's job is to manage that whole budget. Technicians is to make sure that that tech plan is upholding, everything's working fine, and to make sure any matters that arise get taken care of quickly and promptly. And that's easy to explain to customers, breaking it down with this terminology. And Kevin really likes it, and they're willing to. My understanding is I'm going to be training their technicians on this stuff. And there's a lot of value in what we're doing, and I think you could help with that. And I want to help you if you're open to it, or if it's something that you're interested in. It'd be awesome if you were part of that team and helped with the training. And because I know like people be asking questions and stuff while they're there. I won't always be there. Is that something you feel like you'd be interested in doing? I'm going to talk to Kevin, and I want to know truly from you how you feel before I go talk and represent and letting him know what I know about our situation. What sounds good? I know you don't like talking, but can you try to articulate it to me? What sounds good?
The whole thing about learning how to identify the difference between objectives and matter.
And actually having a team that wants to lock it in and make it. I mean, always got to be flexible, because there's always going to be those weird things that it can go either way, but we need to make a decision, and it takes somebody understanding the system to make a decision and get things going. But if you feel like that's something that you're interested in, that's awesome. That's going to be really helpful, because I do feel like you guys have been managing matters and doing it the way we've been doing it. And if it's an account manager item, it goes into a different list where they manage those, or it may be a matter where we need account manager help with it. So we mark the ticket a certain way that notifies the account manager. Like all that kind of stuff is going to be set up in Summit systems, and they're going to bring insights. The way they do things might be better than the way the MTP is doing it right now. So what the MTP will do is it will adopt those improvements, because that's all it is. It's called Evolve with Us. Every anchor, every partner, every client, every user, every vendor, we're always open to bettering ourselves. So I'll when I meet with him Friday, because he's like me, he's a workaholic, and we both don't have lives, and we're both going to be working on Friday. You're off Friday, right?
Yeah.
Good. All right, man. Well, the only reason why I really wanted to call you is just to check on you, make sure you're good. I know it's just you right now, but I am here. If you need help, let me know. How did Jen's thing go?
I don't know. I rebooted it and haven't heard back from her.
Okay. Is that pretty much the go-to? We don't even mess around troubleshooting. We just reboot it when it starts acting up. Has that been a good go-to?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate. I was in the middle of calls. I literally just got off my last call a few minutes ago before I called you. So I appreciate you. Let me know if you need anything. And are you going to be in at 8:00 tomorrow? Do I need to worry about covering service desk today? Because I was going to cover till 10 if that's what you wanted.
I'll try and get in today.
I'm asking if you plan on coming in 8 already. It's up to you. If you want to come in at 10, I'll cover between 8 and 10. What do you want to do? Awesome. Let me know if you need anything in the morning, sir. Have a good night. I mean, don't let people's moods. Why do I let people's attitudes affect me so much? What does that say about me? God, I'm so over fucking concerned with how I behave. It's starting to turn me into a fucking. Yeah. I gotta get this billing done, or I'm not going to get paid tomorrow. All right, I'm on the last client's billing. Let's get this done. Jonah's like, yeah, right, Dad. You said 10, 20 minutes. I know that means 1 to 2 hours. Gotcha. AP Schweitzer. The hell was I thinking here? Where is their last invoice? Jesus Christ. QBO.intuit.com. QuickBooks Online. Let's go. You need to look at the last invoice, see what the fuck is going on here. All right, invoices. Let's go. Oof. The fuck? Yeah. These motherfuckers have not had their bill updated, and I am motherfucker. Oh shit! I remember because they did start paying their Microsoft 365. Ah shit! Don't fuck it up, Joe. Don't fuck it up. Holy, hold on, hold up. Whoa, boy. Let's just make their account right. Then we'll be good. Let's just do that. Just fix your shit, Joseph. So. Workstation should be 270. Whoa, 315. All right. We'll leave that alone. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh, I'm not worried about 2 scanners. Printers, fucking $10. Fuck off. $200 data center. Is that right? That's still accurate. Yes. Data Vault. Is that 150? That's supposed to be at 425, y'all. $425 it is. No longer 175. We'll see what happens. All right. Here we go. Last month ever for fucking Ikora, bro. This will be July. Shit. July Sasa 2025. All right, last fucking invoice. Of course, you're gonna be all fucked up. Fucking shit.
Yes, sir.
I probably should ask you this earlier. Card or account?
Unfortunately, still. Well, actually, you can use the account.
What?
The bank account this
I wonder if it'll even work. It's been so long.
time. I know.
Hold on. Let me try it. Now,
You
is
can't
this...
if you can't, then use the card.
That's fine. Well, I can. It looks like it's going to work. The business account ending in 1711, I believe it's never changed. It's not making me reauthorize it or re-enter it, so I'm good. Now, do you think this will be consistent? Because if not, this is the last month of ICORA period, so it doesn't matter. We'll readdress. We'll have a chat this in July. We're gonna have a business review, and we're going to talk about all that stuff. So I'm sure I'll bore your ass off like I usually do, but it'll be worth it. All right, man. All right. Yep. 8150. It's not the 10,200 whatever you guys pay for your Microsoft now. So boom, it's down to 8,000. So that'll hit the account now. Thanks, sir.
Speaking of which, remember I sent you that list of the things that the card was getting hit.
Oh yeah, I did see that, and they all looked legit. That was a text message, was it not?
It might have been. I don't know. I thought it was email, but it could have been text.
Maybe it was. Hold on, let me look. Randy. Well, shit. There we go. Credit card charges. So you had Microsoft 165, Apple. I don't know what the Apple 160, 169 on your card is. Nothing from, well, that was probably part of the purchase. That could have been 860.
Part of the purchase of the computer.
Well, the 862 looks like an Apple subscription of some sort. Like you guys have, like maybe you use the card for a subscription on something on the phone for an app or something, maybe.
I'll have to check. I don't remember that, but I'll have to check.
Adobe for $1.83. That must have been when it would have been prorated when we added William to a AI tool in Acrobat. Microsoft 96 and the 165. Yeah, you're going to have more than that coming from Microsoft in the month for sure, more than the 165 and the 96. But yeah, they all look legitimate. The Apple one for 6,500 ish. That's definitely the computer. The 161 might be Apple Cares done separately. I don't know how that's done.
Did you get an invoice for the computer?
I can give you an order type thing. It's not really, maybe it's an invoice. I'm sure you need that for your records, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Let me see real quick. Let me go to the site, see if I can't pull something that's like an invoice, or hopefully an invoice. Go to my accounts. Yeah, so I go to my previous orders. Any idea when we can go for another one?
Who needs one?
Sarah, and then Nick will be next. And when we do Nick's, that frees up his for Michelle. So that right there is the roadmap I'm currently on. We gotta get Sarah first because she's the first in line, and then after that, everybody has M1s. But Michelle's saying she needs a designer laptop, and I don't want to go get her one right away, especially a new one, because she doesn't do that much design work. So what I want to do is I want to get Sarah taken care of because she doesn't have an M chip at all yet. So that will be the last person. Then Nick was the first one to get an Apple Silicon computer. So, and now that everybody's got one, he's the first one he's replaced. So when we go to do the next one, he'll get one, and then the leftover from him will go to Michelle. So by buying 2 machines, we get 3 people updated.
Okay.
So
Well, it might be soon, but let me.
it's going to be around 9K. So yeah, just between 9 and 10,000. So yeah, we need to, whenever we can make that happen, I want that on your radar.
All right.
And I do have here, it's really just view invoice. Look at that. Now it's.
So is the Apple Care on that invoice, or is it separate? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, let me take a look here. Apple Care to be billed recurring. So the 161, yeah, that 161 will probably be a yearly subscription. And I can make that, we can figure out how to work that out because that is going to hit your card. I don't know if we can switch the card on that account.
Is that Apple Care? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's Apple Care Plus. That way, if it's a $7,000 laptop, and we have insurance and shit, but this will cover and be the most cost-effective way to get it replaced if something happens. And just so you know, that's a good point. Yeah, because all of our Apple purchases usually go on your card, so all of the subscriptions should be hitting your card. Like that 161 could be an Apple Care for a phone or a watch or something that somebody has on the account. I don't know. We'll have to, or whatever that smaller one was, the $8 or whatever.
We need to figure out who that is, so I'm not paying for somebody that I shouldn't be paying for.
Exactly. And then, like I said, I don't know if we can switch the card on this Apple Care to my account because I purchased it with your card. But you know what? To be honest with you, I'd rather this be. Yeah, that I don't think it's iffy considering it a Fisher asset that I get to use. That gets a little tricky, but I don't know how all this works. Taxes. That's I need a good CPA / somebody that understands this shit better than I do. But yeah, that's what it was. The 161 was a separate subscription charge.
Okay. Can you send me that invoice too, or is that something whatever you got that you just looked up?
I got the. I can send you the invoice I got. Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Yep. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Shut up! Probably kids probably like, what the fuck is he doing? The fuck? Good month. $20,000 in sales. All right, billing's done. Let's check emails before I go. 25 emails. Man, keeping my email up to date is a bitch. Yeah. All right. 5-hour workday. Not too bad. Not too bad. Well, I did have to. Yeah, it's not been quite a 5-hour workday, but it is. It's time to call it a day. All right, bitches. Keep it heavy. Keep it real. Peace.